will now call the House to order. Let us take up question number 190. Question brought by Sri Arden M. Basaimoy, Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, reply to state question 190. Sir, the current and actual strength of police personnel in police station, police outpost, traffic branch, police reserve, CID and SB are as follows. Police station 1,843, actual strength 1,431. Police outpost 503, 380. Traffic branch 439, 368. CID 121, 107. SB 580, 546. Total 3,486. Actual strength 2,832. Sir, in respect of police reserve, there is no separate sanctioned strength. The police reserve draws and utilizes manpower from their DEF as per requirement. At present, 859 personnel are deployed in police reserve in the 12 districts. Sir.
Your supplementary question, please.
Sir, as per the reply of the Honorable Minister, there is a shortfall as far as the strength is concerned. So, sir, may I know from the Honorable Minister, what is the police to population ratio for police station jurisdiction as recommended or mandated by the Bureau of Police Research and Development?
Sir, as per the guidelines by Bureau of Police Research and Development, the ratio should be per lakhs persons should be 197 police.
Sir, may I know what are the total number of police stations in the state?
Sir, the total police stations in the state, we have 86 numbers.
Sir, may I know from the Honorable Minister, what is the police population ratio against all the set police station jurisdictions? Sir?
Sir, as per the, though we don't follow strictly according to the Bureau of Police Research and Development, sir, each police station in the state, roughly, each police station in the state, we do have 50 to 60 police personnel, sir.
So, why I'm asking this question, sir, because I've seen many police stations which are, facing a severe shortfall in police personnel. So, may I know what will be the step taken by the government in order to bridge the gap between the requirement and the shortfall?
Sir, to meet these challenges, I am happy to inform the honourable member, including the honourable members of this August House, that the recruitment process has been completed, and just yesterday, even the result was already declared. it's more or less about 3,000 personnel, which very soon appointment order will be issued. And not only that, once this appointment is made, I'm very sure we will be able to fill up those vacancies wherever necessary to further strengthen the function of the police station, police outpost, so on and so forth.
Sir, may I know, after having recruited these police personnel, whether it is sufficient or the department is still facing a shortfall?
Sir, in fact, a shortfall happens every now and then in view of the retirement, sometimes in view of the illness, and there are so many reasons, sir, because as I said, sometimes tomorrow some personnel retired, then again the vacancy is created. So this gap is always there, sir. But however, we will try our best from the police department to make sure that the recruitment process is regularly held, and once the vacancy is created, then we will make sure that we fill up the post accordingly. So number two, sir, yes, even after this result is declared yesterday, I would like to also inform the House that till this moment that I'm speaking, we have again not less than 1,000 vacancies throughout the state. So therefore, sir, we will make sure that these vacancies which arises almost on daily basis or on monthly basis, this will be filled up, sir.
Sir, may I know because in the course of reply, the Minister has said that the government is not strictly following the recommendation of the Bureau of Police Research Development. So may I know what is the reason, sir?
Sir, there are so many components which is, of course, being guided by this bureau. But when I reply that we don't, it's not that we don't follow. We do, but there are few percentage shortage here and there where we could not meet all the guidelines. But as far as the ratio is concerned of policing, sir, in fact, we met the criteria because in the national bureau level, it should be 100, as I've already said, 197. We already met that 197, sir.
Okay, Charles Pingo, please.
Sir, we know that this is a recurring problem in every police station because of understaffing. But may I know from the Honorable Minister, Deputy Chief Minister, if they can consider raising the number or increasing the number of staff for each police station over and above the strength prescribed, whereby in the event of a retirement or untimely demise, that gap is immediately filled up. So it's like preventing, something that instead of waiting for recruitment again. So will they consider the increasing the number of staff more than the prescribed norms laid down by the police department?
Mr. Speaker, sir, in fact, from now on, we have already taken the decision that when we give sanction for creation of new police station or police outposts, the department will make sure that these newly created police station, police outposts, it should be also along with the manpower. The sanction should also come in the form of manpower, not necessarily only creation of police station or police outposts. So, sir, I am sure now on, once this policy is in place, I don't see that we will have much shortage of manpower as far as police department is concerned, because as I've said to you, when we create police station police outposts, we will also make sure that sanction of post is together accorded, sir.
Okay, but Charles Manga.
Thank you, sir. Firstly, I would like to thank Honorable Deputy Chief Minister in charge Home Police and also Police Department for their efforts to make my people in the border area, especially in Block 2, to live in peace and harmony for the last 2.5 years. My supplementary question, sir, is to our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister. Any step taken by the department to provide more manpower in the police station, police outposts in the border area, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Again, I would like to suggest Honorable Deputy CM and Police Department to provide more manpower, as well as in my constituency like Maulasnai Police Outpost and Umsiang Police Outpost, which is the interstate border with the Assam in my constituency, sir. Thank you.
I noted, sir.
Okay, Bakar Khan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. May I know from the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister in charge of Home, how many police personnel are deployed on non-policing duties?
Sir, through you, may I request the honourable questioner to kindly repeat the question?
How many police personnel are deployed on non-policing duties?
Sir, I don't have the record right now with me, so for this particular supplementary question, I require notice, sir.
So, may I know from the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister whether the present strength is adequate as per population and crime load, sir?
Sir, I have already replied. I have already replied that the ratio is met as per the standard norms.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Sorry, Olan Singh Swin. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry.
Given the vacancy position, as the Deputy Chief Minister has said, that the more than 1,000 vacancies are existing now. So given this position, whether this vacancy will be filled up with the presently passed out candidates or will be with the new recruitment advertisement, sir?
This will be completely in the new advertisement, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Babraj Rawil, Marbaniang, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, may I know from the, I will request the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister in charge of Home Police to kindly place it in the table of the House, the breakup of police personnel as per the police station with regard to different ranks, maybe from DSP, Inspector, SI, Major and Constable in the table of the House.
Sir, I think there was one unanswered question raised by the Honorable Leader of Opposition, asking about the strength of each police station, each police outpost. So I have already furnished, I have already replied on that. So, sir, I think the Honourable Member can also utilize that opportunity where I have already replied in the form of unanswered questions, sir.
Okay. Another supplementary question, sir. When you look at, in fact, in the last session, I've been asking with regards to the police-public ratio in the state. And when you look at the northeastern states, Nagaland has the highest, not just in northeastern state, but in India. as per the Bureau of Police Research and Development records, where they have 1,136 personnel per 1 lakh, followed by Manipur, which is again extremely very high, where they have 942 police personnel per 1 lakh. And then followed by Sikkim, which is very high, 851 per 1 lakh. Then Arunachal, 830 per lakh, Mizoram, 674 per lakh, and then Tripura, 568 per lakh. But Meghalaya, which was placed in a moderate, we have 455 per lakh. So may I know from the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, what steps will the government take to bridge this gap? It's a wide gap when we compare with other northeastern states.
Sir, again, I have already replied that the ratio, as far as Meghalaya is concerned, we met the criteria laid down by the Bureau of Police Research and Development, and as of today, sir, we have 197.65. 197.65.
No, but still, if we go by the records, we have less police personnel per lakh population. So I would like to know from the Honorable Minister whether the government is contemplating in creating new posts so as to bridge this gap.
Yes, sir. This relating to additional post creation, sir, yes, we will examine the matter. And as I've already replied earlier, now the policy that is in place, the moment we decided to create more police stations, it should also be side-by-side creation of posts has to be accorded. So according to this policy, sir, we will surely, the moment we see that, yes, there is a need to create new police station, it should be also side-by-side creation of human, of manpower be there, sir.
Another supplementary question. I would also like to know from the Honorable Minister, Deputy Chief Minister in charge whom. I'm aware that many police personnel have been deputed in performing non-police duties. So is there any plan from the government to stop such deputation of police personnel performing a non-police duty?
Sir, non-police duty, I think, yes, there are some components which is maybe non-policing duty. Like workshop, like central workshop or range workshop. That is non-policing duty. But sir, yes, that question raised by the honourable member from Meghalaya constituency, Bright Star, in case if there any such misusing of the manpower, I will see, I will examine, and I'll make sure that such misusing of manpower from policing to non-policing I will make sure that such things should not happen, sir.
Now, why I'm raising this issue is because I'm personally, once I was in the police department, and I've seen where many a times the police constable deputed as to perform certain duties as for security reason or whatever in the house of any officers or police officers or whatever, they have been misused, where they were asked to do many household chores also. So may I request the Honourable Minister to kindly see to it that this incident never happen, that police personnel will be misused to perform such duties in the near future?
Yes, sir. Point noted, sir.
Dr. Celestine Lingdo, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in the recent past, about 4 months back, the Umsning Town Dorbar, including me, we have met the Honorable Home Minister, where we requested to set up a traffic branch in Umsning Town. So I would like to request through you, sir, to know whether the department has given a thought, or rather, I would ask the Honorable Minister through you whether that branch will be set up in Umsning, because it has become a menace now. Every market day, for a stretch of 600 meters, we have to spend about 25 to 30 minutes to cross that part because of the traffic jams. So that is my question, whether the department will set up a traffic branch in Umsning. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. The matter is being examined by the department, and as temporary arrangement, in fact, in those areas which is highly needed for regulation of traffic, sir, we used to even engage the volunteers from Home Guard, where we specifically utilize their services for regulation of the traffic. So, sir, the question of the honourable member from Umsning, yes, the matter is being examined seriously, sir.
Okay. Banti Dorlingdo.
Sir, through you, sir, may I know from the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, this question related with the border area for our people's security and safety, with one village, which all we know yesterday, Honorable Member of that particular constituency also, he talked about that constituency, that is Mukro. So I just want to know from the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, what is the strength of Mukro police outpost at present?
Sir, in fact, this outpost is very much functional, but unfortunately, I don't have the total strength of the manpower in this particular outpost. But of course, the outpost is functional, sir.
Okay, we move on to the next question. Question number 191. Question raised by Dr. Mizanur Khaji. Chief Minister in charge to reply, please.
So reply to star question 191A. So the government has been proactively working to reduce unemployment through policy decisions and other interventions such as skilling, entrepreneurship support, including leveraging flow of investments in the state. B, some of the important initiatives are as follows: Focus, Focus Plus, CM Farm Plus, CM Assure, CM Elevate, Prime, Lakadong Mission, Ginger Mission, Floriculture Mission, Mushroom Mission, State Organic Mission, Piggery Mission, Milk Mission, Chief Minister's Grassroots Music Program, Hello Meghalaya, Skill Meghalaya, CM Homestay Mission, DDU GKY, NRLM, National Rural Livelihood Mission, NRLM, National Urban Livelihood Mission, NULM, PMEGP, Raising and Accelerating MSME Performance, PM Vishwakarma Scheme. C, sir, same as at B above.
To your
Mr. Speaker, sir, through you, I would like to thank our Honorable Chief Minister, sir, for his reply and initiatives to reduce the unemployment of the state. Through you, sir, may I know from the Honorable Chief Minister, what is the unemployment rate of the state during the last 3 consecutive years, and which source, whether the PLFS or CMIE, the state government officially released upon for policy formulation, monitoring and evaluation of employment interventions?
Sir, as per the PLSF, which is the Periodic Labor Force Survey, the unemployment rate in Meghalaya from 2021, 2020, so last 3 years, I don't have the exact last 3 years, but I can give from 2022 and 2023. So in 2022-23, it was 6.0, and 2023-24, it was 6.2. From the government side, sir, we follow the PLFS, which, as I said, is the Periodic Labor Force Survey. But as correctly mentioned by Honorable MLA, that there is the Center for Monitoring of Indian Economy, CMIE, which also releases its numbers. And as per the CMIE, for 2022-23, it was 2.6. 2023-2024, it was 3.1. So the two methods and the two agencies have different numbers, but I've given both the numbers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. As we could see from the reply of Honorable Chief Minister, sir, during the last 2 years, during the 2 years data which he have provided, it seems that despite all these interventions, unemployment rate is increasing in the state. So, whether it is a failure of the policy that has been initiated, or what is the primary cause of failure of these unemployment initiatives that the government is thinking upon?
So to jump to a conclusion saying that the policies are failure would not be correct. So there are 2-3 points that I'd like to mention here. Number one, sir, if you look at the numbers, both the agencies, of course, there has been a slight increase according to both, but the numbers of both the agencies differ quite a bit, sir. Almost 3% difference is there. So therefore, sir, numbers, of course, surveys are done, but these are always surveys that are done at the basis of the kind of sample size that they collect. So it can differ, sir. That's number one. Number two, so the programs that we have had, and of course, as per the RBI norms, so we have mentioned in the last few days, I have mentioned to the House, that approximately 3.6 lakh job opportunities have been created because of the interventions that we made. Maybe the numbers could have been higher if we had not started these programs. Have these programs achieved the full goal that we would want? Maybe not, sir. Does more need to be done? Maybe yes, sir. So it's a process we are following, but we are very sure that we are on the right track. We are very sure that the work that we're doing is having an impact. As I mentioned, sir, about 3.66 lakh job opportunities have been created in the past. And also, sir, we also have to note that the population in Meghalaya is very much a young population. So compared to most of the other states in the country, and looking at the national average also, Meghalaya is much younger than the rest of the country. We have 50% of our population which is below the age of 20. So that's a large number, so about 18 lakh youths are there in that number. So these kind of multiple challenges are there. I'm not giving an excuse, of course, but realizing these challenges, we have realized the need to have more and more such programs. Sir, I can give the full details of all the impacts that have been made at the grassroots level, whether it's through the CM Assure program, whether it's through the Ginger Mission, how many farmers have been impacted, whether through Mushroom Mission, through Floriculture Mission. So all these numbers are there, the number of beneficiaries who are there, so on and so forth, sir. So we have a very, very strong mechanism to see what the impact has been. And to conclude, sir, that the processes and the programs we have started are having the desired impact. More needs to be done. We are accelerating it. There's a reason why we are pushing more investments in the private sector to ensure that more jobs are created. And we're very sure, sir, that we'll be able to reduce the numbers in the days to come. Of course, these are challenges, and it's not Meghalaya alone. Every state has the challenge of unemployment because India is a young country. But we are sure that these schemes that we have started is showing results and will have more impact in the days to come.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to thank our Honorable Chief Minister, sir, for his reply and assurance that adequate steps are being taken to curb unemployment in the state. Among the initiatives that have been taken, may I know from the Honorable Chief Minister, sir, through you, that how many beneficiaries are there under the focus scheme, what is the amount sanctioned, and whether there is any measurable impact on unemployment through this scheme?
Sir, under the focus, about 140 crores has been sanctioned. There are 22,500 PG groups who have benefited, and 2.1 lakh individuals have received the benefit. Under the Focus Plus, 121.7 crores has been sanctioned and released. 1.5 lakh beneficiaries have benefited from this. And yes, sir, the outcomes are there, and different FPOs that are there, the producer groups that are there, they work continuously to ensure that the group that they have, the producer group they have, are able to enhance their production through the support that they get from Focus. So Focus, sir, is more of a fund that is given to groups and to the individual members of those groups to ensure that they are able to have that working capital in terms of small needs that they require. Sometimes a farmer or a group are not able to even buy planting materials. So if there's a group of, say, about 20 people in a PG, they get about 1 lakh rupees. With that 1 lakh rupees, they're able to buy seedlings. Sometimes they need just money for transportation of their product. This money helps them. Sometimes they just need to buy a pipe, to water their plants. Sometimes they just need gunny bags to store their products, or even a small storage and a cover. These are the kind of things that can be done with this Focus money and Focus Plus money. And we have seen in the grassroots that farmers have benefited. A lot of the farmers have even given testimony to share that because of the money that they got from Focus and Focus Plus, they were able to double their income as a group and as individuals, sir. So desired impact has happened, and we are very sure that more impact will happen in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Through you, may I know from the Honorable Chief Minister, sir, that whether there are any measures that are in place to ensure that self-employment schemes are accessible to youths from low-income households or who may not have collaterals or guarantors or prior business experiences?
Yes, sir. In fact, our flagship program called CM Elevate. This is a program, sir, which is helping all people from all levels in society, from all communities, and especially people from the weaker section, economically weaker section of society. So under CM Elevate, it is very simple to apply for this. In fact, since it was so simple to apply, We got, in matter of 20 days, we had about 22,000 applications we received. Whereas our target for the whole of 3 years was 20,000. So we thought we'll do 5,000, 10,000, 5,000 like that. But because the process of application was so simple and so easy that people could access it online, we got close to 20,000 applications within 20 days of the portal being opened, which then led to the portal being closed because we had to first process the ones who had applied. So it's a very simple process, and there are many schemes. Again, CM Elevate is the umbrella scheme, but under the CM Elevate, you can have the tourism prime vehicles, you can have the poultry farming scheme, you can have the dairy development scheme, you can have the motor caravan scheme, you can have piggery development scheme, you can even have sports and wellness schemes. So there are many schemes under this CM Elevate umbrella scheme. And as I said, people can apply very easily through the portal. And to access that portal, you just have to go to Meghalaya 1 portal. And all the government schemes, not just CM Elevate, but all the schemes that I just mentioned, all are there indirectly in the Meghalaya 1 portal, sir. So honorable members as well as and the public at large can visit the Meghalaya 1 portal and they can go through these different programs and apply directly online.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Your last question.
Yes, sir. Sir, through you, I want to appraise the Honorable Chief Minister, and in fact, I want to appreciate the Honorable Chief Minister, sir, for his initiative in implementing the local language proficiency in government job sectors according to the districts. At the same time, I want to express my concern that in different districts, particularly in the West Garbage district, Plain Belt area, plus the adjoining hillside area, the schools does not have either the sanctioned post of local language or the sanctioned teacher or the infrastructure for local language. So, as a matter of fact, the youths of that area is losing on jobs and unemployment is heavily rising in that area. So, may I, through you, request the Honorable Chief Minister, sir, to kindly provide adequate infrastructure for the local language proficiency in that area, number one. And number two, to kindly allow that much time frame for those youths to gain that local language proficiency and to allow that much time so that they may be able to compete in the government sector, whatever services are advertised. May I get an assurance from the Honorable Chief Minister, sir, regarding this? Thank you.
Sir, though this is not directly linked to the principal question, but I can understand the concerns of the Honorable MLA. Sir, number one, the associate official languages of Meghalaya, which is Khasi and Garo, is something that this government is committed to ensure that we are able to promote it, and we're able to ensure that it is used as much as possible, and we want to ensure that every citizen of the state must learn Khasi and Garo. So it is with this objective in mind, the objective that is purely born out of the fact that we are very proud of our mother tongue and that we want to promote it. So with that objective, sir, we have come out with the program and rather the policy where we have made language proficiency in Garo Hills is Garo and in Khasi Jayant Hills Khasi, that individuals applying in DSC post must have knowledge of the local language. And it is only natural, sir, because once the people start working in the office, they will have to deal with the majority of the population. And if they cannot speak Garo or if they cannot speak Khasi, it will definitely affect the services being provided to the people. So that's the real objective. It's not to marginalize anybody. So with that, sir, we have started having the proficiency or the language requirement. Just to also share with the House, sir, this is basically a requirement in terms of the individual having to at least know the language. This is not going to be an exam where we are going to test the literature or the writing capacity or different aspects of, very high academic aspects of Khasi or Garo language. It's not going to go into that. The idea is to only ensure that basic proficiency, basic understanding and being able to speak and communicate in Khasi or in Garo is there. So that's really what the mandate is. So therefore, it's not going to be something that any of our people should be worried about, except if there are people coming from outside the state who don't know the language. So this is also preventing all of that aspects. So most of the people I know in West Garo Hills, I have lot of friends. I contested in Selsala. I am familiar with the entire belt of Rajabala, Haripur, Namabila, Shilkata, Chor Kacharipara. All of these places are familiar to me, sir. All of them speak Garo. Everybody speaks Garo. So there is no problem at all, is what I wanted to say. Coming to the second point, sir, is very important. I agree. And you must be also aware, sir, that the government has taken the decision in the recent cabinet meeting we had, where we're making it mandatory for Khasi and Garo to be learned and taught up to a certain level in the lower primary school, up to a certain level where at least our children should be able to, say a child comes from Garo Hills, he or she should be able to then at least understand and communicate in Khasi and and understand what the language is. Similarly, from Khasi Hills also, when they go to Garo Hills, they should be able to at least understand. So that is being done at the grassroots level, and we have designed the textbooks in such a friendly manner that the same textbook has got the English version, the Khasi and the Garo version. So therefore, it's a very simple, it's not again, as I said, going to hardcore literature or different subjects of the language, but just basic knowledge to be able to communicate in that language. And sir, I had had a discussion with you, if you remember, and I had also urged you, sir, that it would also be nice if we can have some classes for our honorable MLAs also, so that we can at least have some kind of a crash course for 10 days, 5 days, 15 days, 20 days, or some system through the assembly where our MLAs from Garo Hills could also learn Khasi, at least to be able to communicate, and our friends and brothers from Khasi Hills also could learn a bit of Garo. I think this would be very, very positive. It would send a very good message, and it would show the fact that we are not just forcing others to do it, but we are also leading from the front, sir. So that is what the objective is. Let me assure all our members that this particular examination and proficiency is being done from the objective of ensuring that whoever goes for a government job must speak the associate official language. It is a must, sir. Without that, you will be not doing justice to the people. And as I said, it is a proficiency in terms of just language, knowledge, and be able to speak the language. It's not a very tough exam or subject which will be looking at details of subjects and literatures of Khasi and Garo, sir. Just basics communication in these languages.
Sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, just one more clarification I need, sir.
No, you have already...
Just one more, sir. Just in due course of Honorable CM Sir's reply...
Clarification you can take.
Just one clarification, sir. As Honorable CM Sir said, that it's just it's nothing difficult, just the speaking part of it. I have one office advertisement issued by the Commissioner Secretary to the Government of Meghalaya Personal and Administrative Reforms Department dated 12 January 2026, wherein regarding this one advertisement is there, and the syllabus is grammar and composition in Garo language. I'm talking about Garo Hills language. Grammar and composition in Garo language. Full marks is 100, pass mark is 40. So I don't think it is just a vocabulary. It requires, skills. It requires to learn the language, sir, if we have to know the grammar and composition. So may I through you, may I request the Honorable Chief Minister, sir, that at least till the infrastructure is being developed, I want to reiterate the House that I wholeheartedly appreciate and support the initiative taken by the Honorable Chief Minister, sir, and the government as a whole to implement local language proficiency. At the same time, looking at the present scenario wherein government has not even given the adequate infrastructure to promote the language in the entire area. So I would like, through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to request the Honorable Chief Minister, sir, to kindly give the infrastructure at the earliest, number one, and number two, if some time could have been given to them to learn the proficiency, language proficiency, so that they are also not deprived of the government jobs as advertised. Thank you so much, sir.
Sir, again, as I said, it is not meant to deprive anybody. It is only to ensure that the language that is spoken by the majority people in that region is understood by the person who's going to work in a particular government office. And I think, sir, there is nothing wrong in that. So therefore, the question of giving a space to that, sir, does not arise. This has already been decided. We cannot change that right now. But at the same time, sir, the concerns of the Honorable MLA regarding the grammar and the other aspects that he had mentioned, I can definitely examine and see what this level is. I will work with the personal department to see what is the level, because our initial intention was only to see that there has to be a basic knowledge of the language. It's not going into details of technical aspects, but basic knowledge of language should be there. Again, maybe the definitions have been changed in terms of what does basic knowledge mean. So there could be certain DSCs that might have done that, but I will look into this, sir. I'm not aware about the details of this particular notification, but I will definitely get it examined, sir. But as I said, to change that and to stop it will not be possible at this point, because we have already decided and we feel that this has to happen. And this is a very, very strong, as I said, message from the government side that we are here to ensure that our language, our local language and the associate languages that we have, official language, is protected as well as promoted at all levels.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. Sir, I thank Honorable Chief Minister for listing all the initiatives done by the government to ensure that we give more employment opportunity to our young people. Sir, there are two groups of people, our local entrepreneurs, contractors and suppliers, which have large numbers in different departments. And sir, to you, I request Honorable Chief Minister and the government, and they may correct me if I'm wrong, that there are some departments who are still doing departmentally the construction work, whether it is construction of dam or plantation, they are still doing departmentally. If I may name one or two departments which people complain to me, like a soil department, or sometimes I think even forest department is still practicing this to do the work which in fact can be given to the contractors, but they are doing it departmentally. So my question, sir, in the spirit of giving opportunity, job opportunity, employment opportunity to our young people, will the government examine to put a stop? Will the government examine to abolish this practice of doing the work by the department itself instead of giving to our local contractors?
Sir, the point of the honorable member is well taken. I understand the concerns that he has raised, and obviously there are opportunities which we can create by doing what he just mentioned. But there are instances and there are different kind of works that are there which do require sometimes the departments themselves to do it, sir. And I have seen in many cases, especially in soil conservation, sir, the soil conservation department has been doing the work departmentally. And I must say, sir, the officials are very, very efficient. the way the quality is maintained, the way they are able to bring down the cost, and if it was done through, say, an SOR of PWD, maybe the expenditure would have been much higher. But in the departmental level, they're able to do the works in their own departmental way, where they're able to achieve the same goal by lesser investments, but maintaining the same quality. So there is always a balance that we need to see, sir, because here we are also trying to ensure that the money that is made available is spent in the most judicious manner, so that we can do more projects. Yet we have to look at how to benefit our contractors also. So definitely, sir, we can examine, and wherever possible, to balance it out and to be able to have our contractors being involved in it, included in it, by by giving the contract to them, but at the same time keeping the cost at a reasonable level, and also by ensuring that quality is maintained. So we can examine it, but it would not be possible for me to say that it will be done. We will examine it, sir, and see how far it's possible. So we will have a discussion. I will request the ministers concerned in the departments to see. And a very valid point, well taken, I appreciate, because that will create more opportunities for especially our local and small-time contractors.
On a quite lighter note, as the Honorable Chief Minister had said that we should all know how to speak our own languages. So, Angaba ya Chanchian ko namami kala mitela.
So, we more, you want to ask supplementary, please.
Just one question, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Since we are talking about employment, so may I know from the Honorable Chief Minister whether the employment exchange in Meghalaya is functioning in digital mode?
Get the question, sir. Could you repeat the question?
So whether the employment exchange in Meghalaya is functioning in digital mode, sir?
Sir, I don't have that specific reply with me right now. I will require a notice for that, sir. I don't have that information with me. But I can inform the House that every aspect of governance now is moving towards digitization. And whatever steps that need to be taken to ensure that the employment exchange also is digitized, we will definitely take necessary steps to do it at the earliest, sir.
Yes, please, ma'am.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. So I just have one query for the Honourable Chief Minister. Is there a grievance redressal platform or forum where the beneficiaries of all of these schemes, say if there were difficulties, because we've just heard day before's debates where there are problems in the bank, there are problems, some of the beneficiaries are not receiving their promised subsidies. Is there an active redressal platform so that this platform can answer all the queries of anything that is not working in any of these one-time schemes of the government?
Yes, sir. There is a very, I should say, common program which we call CM Connect. So 1971 is the number, and when you call this number, you can, number one, get any information that you require about any schemes. Number two, if your application has not been processed, as soon as you call up 1971 and you put in your ticket and the complaint that is there, that complaint then goes to a joint secretary level officer or an under secretary level officer of that department. There is one nodal officer in every department. The entire chart of every complaint that comes in, a dashboard is reflected in my office, and we follow up every flag, every office, every complaint that is there. If your project has, the scheme you applied has not been processed, or you're having problems, that particular officer will, and if it goes beyond 10 days, beyond 15 days, the reply has not been done, then a red flag comes in, which is then again visible by my office and by me. So this is the most effective redressal forum, sir. Very simple, just 1971, and you can actually give in all the details, and the concerned people will will resolve the problem, and if there's more further information required, somebody will in fact even call you to ask you for more details. So 1971 is the forum, and you just have to log in your complaint, and all the details are done, sir.
Okay. Now we won't move on to the next question, 192, but since the honorable member who have raised this question is not present, I will move to the next question, question number 193, question raised by Sri Rupa Marak, MLA. Minister in charge to reply, please.
Speaker, sir, the answer to the question, question 193. A, yes, PDS rice for both BPL and AAY families is being issued on a monthly basis. And B, sir, as per the PDS calendar, the distribution of rice commences from the 16th, that is the third week of every month, and is completed by the 30th of the same month.
Your supplementary question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. So I would like to know from the Honorable Minister in charge the quantity of allocated rice per beneficiary household.
Sir, the quantity of rice per beneficiaries for the beneficiary, the quantity of rice for the beneficiary, the AAY is 35 kg per card, and for PHH is 35 kg per member of the family.
I would like to thank the Honorable Minister in charge for his reply. And to you, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to put another supplementary question. May I know from the Minister in charge, the process of identifying the BPL and AAY families?
Speaker, sir, if the Honorable Member can repeat the question, please.
I was asking about the process of identifying the BPL and AOI families.
Speaker, sir, as of now, the state of Meghalaya is implementing the central NFSA, that is the National Food Security Act of 2013. And as per this act, the state present beneficiary structure follow from the socio-economic and caste census of 2011, which remain the officially approved database for identification under the National Food Security. The state government is bound by this framework and does not have the authority to unilaterally alter or the coverage beyond what is supported by the data recognized by the government of India.
Mr. Speaker, sir, through you, may I know from the Honorable Minister in charge whether the registration of the said families are being done on yearly basis?
So, as per the guideline, the register of the beneficiaries is done as per the census, decennial census. So as of now, we are still following the 2011 census, and this is the valid data that we are having now. Till the new census come into place, we will have to follow the 2011 census only.
So in the course of the reply, Mr. Speaker, sir, it has come to know that it was last done in 2011. So when is the next census coming up for the registration of the and identification of the BPL and AY families?
Speaker, sir, the upcoming national census, the issuance of the cassette notification, white letter number SUP 32/2016/427, dated 7 August 2025, and the Government of India notification SO 2681E, dated 16 June 2025, formally set the motion for the next decennial census in 2027. And
the question hour, time for question hour is over. Now we come to item number 2, voting on demands for grants. Now we will take up grant number 1. Sri Preston Tungsong, Deputy Chief Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that a sum not exceeding 423 crores, 18,61,000, including the sum already voted on account for the relevant services, be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending the 31st March 2027 for the administration of the heads 2011 Parliament /State/Union Territory legislature, 2058 stationery and printing, 4058 capital outlay on stationery and printing, 4216 capital outlay on housing.
Motion moved. Since there is no cut motion against this grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 1 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 1 is passed. Now we will take up grant number 3. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Honorable Chief Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that a sum not exceeding 111 crores 98 lakhs 13,000, including the sum already voted on account for the relevant services, be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending the 31st of March 2027 for the administration of the heads 2013 Council of Ministers 2052 Secretariat General Services.
Motion moved. Now there is one cut motion submitted by Sri Ardent Miller Baso Ahmed, MLA. You may move your cut motion, please.
Sir, I rise to move the cut motion that the total provision of 111 crore 98 lakhs 13,000, grant number 03 Major Head 2013 Council of Ministers 2025 Secretariat General Services at page 24-28 of the budget be reduced by rupees 1, that is the whole amount of the grant, 111 crores 98 lakhs 13,000 do stand reduced to rupees 1. To discuss the style and functioning of the Chief Minister's Secretariat Department.
Motion moved. Now you may initiate discussion, please.
Sir, as reflected in page 28 mentioned in this grant, sir, volume 2, part 1. So here we see the increase when we look at the budget estimates of 25-26 and the actual expenditure, we can see that there is an increase of 23.22 crores, which means that the increase is about 26% in just 1 year. And if you calculate with the budget, the actual budget in 24-25, the increase is almost 65,000, 65%. Sir. So, sir, I feel that there is a sharp increase in this grant, in this demand for grant. Sir, in 1 year alone, the demand for the Council of Ministers has increased, as I've said, 23.20 crore, around 26% jump. So normally inflation is around 5 to 7% only. So, sir, I feel that the demand for this grant is very high, and it is a sharp administrative expansion. So, sir, in 2025, the demand was 88.78 crores, as I've mentioned, sir, and that is 26% rise. So the question here is whether the efficiency of governance also increasing by 26%. So when we look, we can understand that the increase maybe is due to meet the requirements for purchasing of new vehicles to the ministers, TAs for the ministers, and all the administrative expenses. So this is not development expenditure, sir. This is expenditure on ministers, secretariat, establishment, vehicles, so on and so forth. So, sir, development funds are limited. Hence, a rise of 26% in political establishment becomes a serious issue, sir. So, sir, I would also like to raise this question. Since the rise in the demand for grant is 26%, so has the government's efficiency increased proportionately to the rise in expenditure? If administrative costs grows faster than the development spending, it shows government is becoming costlier but not more effective. So, sir, we would also like to ask a question to the government. In view of this increase, has file disposal time reduced? And if there is no measurable administrative reforms, then increasing allocation is unjustified. So, sir, which is why, sir, I raise this issue. Because, you know, when people are seeing the increase in order to meet the requirements of the ministers and to provide them different type of facilities, what we used to hear from the common people, sir, who are facing a lot of problem, they are saying, see, kilabam gem. No, that is a kind of perception that we are creating, meaning that they have enjoyed to the maximum. Because we know that we still have some problem with farmers, and many villages are lack of proper roads. Farmers lack irrigation support from the government. When there is a lack of unemployment, this house cannot justify, sir, I feel, a continuous expanding of political establishment. Governance must become leaner, not heavier, sir. Therefore, sir, I move this cut motion. So with these few words, sir, I resume my seat.
Yes. Dr. Mukul.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I rise to support the cut motion tabled by Honourable Member from Nongkrem. I would like to be very specific and then flag these concerns before this August House in as far as this demand under grant number 3 is concerned. Now, under Hero Expenditure 104, we have one particular provision at CM's flagship program, where the proposed amount to be spent is reflected at 5 crore. And the subheads indicate supplies and materials run in a general, non-salary. So how is this money proposed to be spent? What are the components? And the outcome expected thereof from this. Then another one is the Chief Minister's special grant in a general, non-salary, 20 crore. So here also, how this amount is going to be spent, the indicated areas where the money will be spent, and the expected outcome, including the outcome of the money that has been already spent in the preceding year. In 24-25, we see quite a substantial amount of money which has been spent. And in 25-26, current year, it is also 20 crore. So how is this money being spent? The areas, the modalities, methodology, transparency, from all these angles, I think it would be only appropriate for the House to know. And another part is the same issue which I have raised earlier. This is pertaining to Chief Minister's Special Development Fund. Now, last time when this question was raised through a similar cut motion, the reply has given the breakup. Now, when we look at the breakups, the names of the schemes were supposed to be tabled in this August House so that the members will have access to the schemes taken up. It will be appropriate for us because we have to understand that every intervention where infusion of money from public exchequer is proposed before this August House, then the priority area, the developmental gaps, how the developmental gaps have been perceived and understood so that this kind of fund which is provided as a discretionary fund, it is being utilized as more like a discretionary fund. This 60 crore, it is no longer an intervention which is based on actual study to understand the developmental gaps and the needs of the people. Every single paisa that is spent from the public exchequer must be designed to address those concerns, specific concerns. Number of multiple departments are there. Then we have the consultants. So how is it this possible for any member of the August House, when vested with responsibility of implementing programs, to really understand, the priority of developmental requirement across different sectors? Because in this case of Chief Minister's Special Development Fund, it was designed to create that kind of enabling environment wherever there are developmental gaps brought before the Chief Minister by the members and other people, then it is subjected to a certain amount of scrutiny. Now, the process may take longer, but where is the mechanism to check and balance, to ensure that there is no duplication, and to ensure that every single penny spent under this proposed amount actually have that intent which require the government's focus and priority on areas where you have developmental gaps, and the resultant outcome which is expected, which will amplify all other developmental initiatives. So I think it will be in the fitness of things
that these amounts are whatever is proposed to be passed. 60 crore is not a small amount, so also 20 crore is not a small amount. And these type of schemes do have the tendency to skip the scrutiny of the House, to skip the scrutiny of the members, to skip the scrutiny of the public. Therefore, I would like that the Honorable Chief Minister gives a complete clarity and how this 60 crore, which is for Chief Minister's Special Development Fund, at the time of implementation, how the methodology adopted by the government will enable him to understand that any proposal that is coming up from MLAs or NGO categories can be examined in right earnest to justify the demand. It's like more like an impromptu sanction. I have seen in Songsak area, when there is a program of the Chief Minister, what happens is that some of the party workers mobilize the people to say that I will ask scheme from the Chief Minister and we will give you. So it's more like a weaponizing for political, the political agenda of the party. Yes, public money cannot be used to promoting the interests of a political party. Yes, then there's an instance when some of the women organizations, they were asked to submit. Subsequently, the CM has approved. Then somehow somebody took it and said they are not people who belong to our party, so they should not be there. So these are the informations which come to us, which is unpleasant to listen. Now sometimes we used to pretend to not know and ignore, but it is necessary to bring this kind of situation where the public money is being utilized in a manner which is not inconsistent with the intent, wherein the intent should be factored in a manner which create a developmental outcome without any favoritism nor without any ill will, because we are guided by the oath with no favor nor ill will. So this spirit, we are sworn by that oath. Therefore, it must be inconsistent with this whole core values with which we must engage upon utilizing public money. So with these few words, I support this cut motion.
Any other member would like to participate? Yes, Dr. Celestine.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I rise to participate, not to support the court motion, but to express the reasons why maybe the amount mentioned in this head has to be passed by this House. There are many reasons to that. In our service to the public, any good work that we do has always two results. Some take it as development, some take it otherwise. When we look at the demand and the budget as a whole, the Chief Minister in his budget speech has also expressed or mentioned a very beautiful couplet which is in Khasi. The meaning in English has also been given by the Honorable Chief Minister that day. But allow me, Mr. Chairman, sir, to tell one incident in my interaction with the people where this amount, why it has to be spent, and the reason to put the requirements in perspective. In one of my interaction with the villagers, I went for a meeting. One of the speaker said, using that same couplet, Baro ubreu bastat, mano balak manlen, la klem dapli kalat, kumno ulait mankren. But that gentleman said it with a little modification. He said, Baro ubreu bastat, mano balak ben len, la klem dayo shiklat, kumno ulait ben keren. I was offended by that speech, just like maybe some members here will also feel offended. I called that speaker to the corner outside the hall. I said, why did you speak like that? I was offended.
Yeah, please translate
Who
for the
cannot
benefit of
understand. Can you
others.
also tell it in English?
Yeah.
The same, whatever
The
is
modified,
okay.
the modified
being shared
couplet. The
will be
modified
enlightened.
Couplet, that couplet was mentioned by the speaker in
the modified one.
The modified one, okay.
Garo also.
Baro ubreu bastat mano bala abanlen. Everyone has wisdom. Who can deny that? La klem dayo shiklat kumno ulait ben keren. If he does not get one glass, how can he speak? So I was offended during that meeting. I called him outside the Dorbar hall.
Shiklat indicates what? You have to specify that also.
That's why I got offended.
No, shiklat of what? Water or what?
I'm coming to that, sir. I'm
Okay.
coming. I was offended. I called him outside. During a serious meeting, why do you have to speak like that? Then he told me, what did I say? No, you said shiklat. That's where, doctor, your mind is crooked. You have ill intention. When I say shiklat, I didn't mean alcohol. That's what he explained to me. Then if you don't mean that, you explain to the meeting. So he said, this couplet, la klem da pli kalat, kumno like ben keren. We live in a different era, he said. In Kasi, he said, ngi im haka juk kabatumai, kalat kamwan shu shangi. Opportunities do not come to us, we have to go and search for it. Doors are not open for us, we have to go and knock on doors for opportunities. That is the shiklat. Shiklat means you have to have the desire. You need to have direction. You need to have motive. You have to need drive. You need to have the drive within you so that you can find the opportunities. They don't come. When my father got his job, he said, he was pulled out from home, come and join the police. He said, no, I don't want to go. But he said, no, you have to come. We have very less manpower. But now, 3,000 posts, 3 lakhs applicants. So let us come to the point. That's beside the point. Here, under this head, yesterday a beautiful budget speech was presented where vision was added, direction was given, and the desire and the drive were indicated by the different results. Under this head, why 11 crores, 19 lakhs, 81,300 has to be passed today? Because, as the head says, Council of Ministers, Secretariat and General Services. Everybody knows how the CMSDF is spent. Wherever there is a development gap that is being filled up with that, the YES program, where different schemes are being aided, and the elite fellowship scheme. This also is a new way of thinking, new way of providing space to help our eligible people. Now, when we talk about the Chief Minister's Secretariat, Mr. Chairman, sir, if you allow me, ideas just don't come like rain. They have to be thought out properly, they have to be selected, and they have to be vetted. Now, I think if we talk about the different development schemes, how the biggest football stadium dedicated for football has come to Meghalaya, that does not happen just like that. Many people must have given ideas. Many people must have worked. That is why we see here the contractual services, foreign travel expenses, even domestic travel expenses, the office of the chief minister maybe sometimes will have to send people to Delhi, go and run around for this scheme, go and arrange a meeting with so-and-so fellow, go and find out the details of the companies that are available in the market, what things can be done for the state. So the chief minister's office should have the wherewithal, rather the ability to spend where it needs to be spent. Here I would like to quote Ralph Waldo Emerson, Mr. Chairman, sir. In one of Ralph Waldo Emerson, for the information of the House, is a 19th century philosopher. He's a poet, he writes essays and so on and so forth. In one of his pieces, he has mentioned like this, quote, "To different minds, the same world is a hell and a heaven," unquote. This head of accounts 2013, to different minds means different things. To me, it looks like some more has to be added. Because I feel through this head, we can help more in terms of developmental gaps. We can help more of our people who needs elite fellowship for sports and creative economy. For me, I feel the grant in aid through the SDG, Chief Minister, special grants. That is how I see it. But to a different mind, this may look like wasteful expenditure. But there's no complaint on that, Mr. Chairman, sir. This is the beauty, and I thank our Almighty God who have created each one of us differently. We think differently, we act differently, and for a democracy, Mr. Chairman, sir, this is very, very essential. This is how we bring check and balances. This is how maybe when there is an overreach by the Chief Minister's office, we can tell them, slow down. This is the mechanism where the way we think differently will help our state. So as far as my point of view is concerned, this head of account has to be passed today, and we expect more from the Chief Minister's Secretariat to bring with more innovative ideas. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Chairman, sir, the benefits will trickle down to our people. The benefits will see that our state has improved. Even in the last few years' reports, even the government of India accept that Meghalaya is the second fastest growing state in India. So with these few words, I will not delay, Mr. Chairman, sir. This head of account has to be passed. Thank you. I resume my seat.
Any other member would like to participate? Call upon the Chief Minister to reply, please.
Mr. Chairman, sir, at the very outset, I would like to thank the Honourable Member from Nongkrem and the Honourable Member from Songsak and the Honourable Member from Umsning for having brought as well as participated in this cut motion. And I must thank the mover of this cut motion, as this cut motion will allow me to clarify some of the concerns that the Honourable Member has raised, and will also allow me to clarify some of the misconceptions that possibly could be there. Sir, I will not read the long reply that has been made. I'll go straight to the point. And I must say, sir, that in the last few sessions, and especially this session, I've seen that the points have been very, very specific. And hence it's allowed us to really take up a lot of subjects and concerns and really do productive work. I think this is something that has been a very, very good practice in the last few sessions I've seen. And today also, sir, without going around talking too many things, I think members have specifically asked specific questions. And I think it's only correct for us to reply to them so that they are satisfied. So first of all, the increase in the amount that has been shown of about 20 crores additional. So this amount is primarily in the head of what we call discretionary grant by ministers, which is going up from 70 crores up 15 crores more to 85 crores. And this discretionary grant by ministers is mainly the Chief Minister's Special Development Fund and the Chief Minister's Special Grant and other such developmental schemes and programs that we implement through the CM Secretariat. So 75 to 80% of the increase is meant for development purpose only. And sir, so I just want to very clearly clarify to the House and to the Honorable Member that this is not meant to buy cars. 100% I can guarantee it's not meant to buy cars. In fact, sir, you'll be happy to know that the CM Secretariat as such, we have not spent, and under this head, we have not spent any money to buy new cars. We have not, sir. Even if you look at the administrative expenditures, I just to share with the House, sir, so that everybody is aware, because tomorrow somebody might again, make up other things. So foreign travel expenses is mentioned out here. 15 lakhs has been mentioned. 15 lakhs, sir. Domestic travel is 30 lakhs. So therefore, even for travel, foreign travel, domestic travel, or all the things that some people may think that this money is being used for our travel and for our luxury and for all, absolutely incorrect, sir. Every single bit we are asking for is for the people of our state. We are asking for development schemes only, sir. Sir, I am sure, and not only me, sir, I think all of us will recall that a very unfortunate incident had happened about a year or a couple of years back, where the KGB school in Maukar was completely burnt, and it was a very, very important and a very historical and a heritage site in one way, and had contributed to the church and to the society at large. And I remember going that day and being there right at the moment. I could see the tears in the eyes of the principal, the staff, the entire community there. And they just could not stop crying, and the emotions I saw at that moment, sir. And it is because of the Chief Minister's special grant, I was able to give 1 crore right there and then to that school, so that they were able to get some support from me and from the government, which if we had gone through other programs may have taken months to sanction, sir. Months to sanction. Sir, I also remember that there was a requirement for a USG machine there in Tura Civil Hospital. Again, it was a very, very emergency kind of a basis that was required. And again, so departmental procedures do take time. But it was because of the Chief Minister's special grant fund that was available. I was able to immediately sanction 40 lakhs there and then, and they were able to buy the equipment. Sir, I remember Honorable Member from Mohati had met me. And he was mentioning about 8 schools, if I'm not wrong. I can't remember, it was 6 or 8 schools. And these schools were in the area of differences, the area of difference. That is Block 2. And I also remember there was a young, passionate lady, I can't remember her name, because it's just, all is just coming right now, so I can't remember the name. In Bhoirumbong, I had a CM Connect program. And this young lady, I think she was the teacher there, or maybe she was from the village. She passionately spoke about how those schools don't even have proper classrooms. And because they're in the areas of differences, Assam government also is not able to give building. Meghalaya government also is not able to give building. There was a kind of a deadlock that was happening there. And because of that, the children were suffering. I spoke to Assam Chief Minister. I spoke to the CEM of Karbi Anglong District Council. And I said that, what if I give for my Chief Minister's special grant? And all the people, the stakeholders can be together. At least the children will get a building where they can study. Sir, I'm happy to tell you that these schools which never could have thought of a school building and never had a school building, through Chief Minister's Special Development Fund, we were able to sanction school buildings for all those schools that were there. And if I'm not wrong, I think half or more than half of them are already constructed. So like that, there are thousands and thousands of beneficiaries, sir. And most of these beneficiaries are not people who are known to me, sir. I'll be very frank. Most of them are not known to me. I simply see a proposal and I see the need and I decide on the basis of that. Now, Honorable Elo was mentioning that, the party people come. Sir, I have been sanctioning schemes for everybody. If anybody from any other political party also comes, I have no problem. I have given in the past. In fact, in some areas, I won't take name, I ended up giving many, many schemes to many people from the opposition. And my MLAs got very upset. So I told them that I have to take care of everybody. I cannot be just Chief Minister of NPP. I'm the Chief Minister of Meghalaya. For me, ruling, opposition, doesn't matter. Today they're on the other side. Tomorrow, maybe after getting this scheme, they will come to our side. It happens. That's how things work. So we should never go with a closed mindset that an individual is opposition, so we will not give. No, sir. And I must tell you, sir, I learned this from my late father. Because that's how he used to give his MP scheme. Whoever used to come, I used to see that twinkle in his eyes, that happiness in his eyes, when he was able to give something, a scheme to some school or some, village that they required. And those moments, left a very, very strong impression on me. And therefore, till today, sir, we are following the same principle. Yes, there could be instances where more from ruling party come and meet. But that's natural, sir. Let's not deny that. There will be more people from my party or from the coalition who will come and approach me because they feel that, this is our government. It's a natural phenomenon, sir. It's not because we stop somebody else from coming in. People naturally from ruling side will come more to us, and naturally the sanctions happen. I never ask, I repeated this in the past also, so I never ask, are you from NPP, show me your ID card, are you from which party? No, sir. No. We purely go on the requirements and the needs of the people, and that is how we are working. And so let me just, I know it's not fair to compare the size of the schemes, but it's something to do with like the MLA scheme, sir. So when you get an SRWP scheme, all MLAs are giving schemes, sir, and they end up giving scheme to their party people. I'm sure the opposition also is the same, sir, because that's how the political system works in any state, sir. So it's nothing wrong if you say, because that's the motivation for people to join a party. So that's how things work. And that's how things are moving. So, but is it the intention of ours to do it? No, it's not our intention to do it. But does it happen? Yes, because that's how the system works, sir. And as I said, if you look at MLA scheme also, I'm sure any MLA out here will also look at his constituency, will look at the people who have supported him, will look at this school, that, oh yeah, there was, the school, the managing committee and all, they are, with me, they're supporting me. We give schemes, sir. It happens every level, not just, you're saying it right, because more of the people from the ruling and your supporters will come to you. The opposition people won't come to you. But whoever comes to you, you also are open to consider, because you'll say, okay, it's a great way. Tomorrow, they will be helped, they will get support, they will be happy, maybe they will change. So that's how things work, sir. So I think I don't want to look at it in such a manner that this is being done purely on a political line. So we, as I said, we support everybody, and we ensure that the schemes are reaching to every nook and corner. And also, sir, just one point was mentioned regarding the efficiency. But as I said, the increase in the allocation is not here meant for the ministers. It is not meant for the ministers' cars. It is not meant to give a better accommodation to ministers. But every single penny is meant for the people of the state. This money is going to be spent on them. But in spite of that, I just want to share, because the honorable member had asked, that has the efficiency improved? Has the file movement improved? Yes, sir, it has improved. I just want to share the number, and this is a factual number, that the file movements on an average, which used to take 26 days earlier, today take only 2.6 days. Within 3 days, sir, the average number of days, the files are cleared. And we know this, sir, because most of our file movements are on e-proposal now. So we even know the particular file was with which person, which officer, which minister for how long. So now that figure is transparent, and it doesn't have to be searched from table to table. Immediately, chief minister or minister concerned can immediately see and say that, oh, the file is stuck with secretary or commissioner secretary for 10 days. It's right there, because they have to clear it all online. So this entire mechanism has created some sense of accountability in one way in the system, where everybody knows that everybody sees how long they have delayed the file. So which is leading to kind of a very positive response from officers, where everybody is keen down to clear the files quickly. So that has now led to the files from 26 days on average, today being cleared in less than 3 days, so 2.6 days. So that's the efficiency level that's in, and it's not because of the new cars that people are thinking we're buying. We are not buying new cars, sir. We are using all this money for development. And again, as I mentioned, just to cut short the reply, that most of the funds that are coming or we are asking for is for the public, it is for development. And as I said, about 75 to 80% of the amount that we have asked for in addition is going to be used specifically for the Chief Minister's Special Development Fund and for Chief Minister's Special Grant. So with these few words and clarification, I hope I have clarified the concerns of the honorable members, and I would request if the honorable member of the mover of the cut motion can withdraw the cut motion. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Dr. Mukul.
Mr. Chairman, sir, before the mover expresses his mind, only on one point, because I have been very specific. On this revised estimate of 25-26, which shows the expenditure of 20 crore in respect to the Chief Minister's Special Grant and proposed for the current year, the 26-27 financial year is also 20. So the information that I sought is how this money is being spent. There has been a reply, but where? That is what I wanted to know. Maybe the House may be provided with those informations.
So I'm presuming, sir, that the honourable member is again referring to the schemes that have been sanctioned for different beneficiaries.
25, 26.
Yeah, yeah. This, sir, we'll provide the information. This will definitely, sir.
Yes, Bardhan.
Sir, I would like to thank the Honorable Chief Minister for his reply and for being specific also at the same time. So I want to set a record straight, sir. So as opposition members, sir, we are doing what we are supposed to do as mandated by the Constitution, sir, to scrutinize the grants before it is being passed. And we are also accountable to the people. So to question the mindset of the members who raise issues in this House, I don't think it is fair, sir. We have different mindset, yes, I know. And I know for sure, by convention, if the government also understands that they are caught at the wrong foot, they will never admit, because that is convention. So we are only, as members of this August House, raise issues not for us, because the people needs to know. So, sir, after having heard from the Chief Minister, I don't want to drag much on this debate. I would like to thank him once again. And this is the beauty of democracy. And recently, when we had a debate, though it is heated, but it was, inspired people outside the state, showing that Meghalaya is really practicing a democratic principle where they have debate in the House. So sometimes we got heated, we got driven away by emotions. That is it's nothing personal, sir. So I feel that to question the minds of the member of this House, whenever we raise issue, I think that is not fair. So with these words, sir, I withdraw my cut motion.
Since the mover has withdrawn the cut motion, now let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 3 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 3 is passed. Now we'll take up grant number 4. Shri Lakshman Ramboy, Minister, please. Move the motion.
Mr. Chairman, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that a sum not less than 187 crore 9,09,000, including the sum already voted on account for the relevant service, be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending 31st March 2027 for administration of the head 2014, Administration of Justice, 4059, Capital Outlay on Public Works, 4216, Capital Outlay on Housing, sir.
Motion moved. Since there is no cut motion against the grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 4 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 4 is passed. Now we'll take up grant number 5. Shri Conrad K. Sama, Chief Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Chairman, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that a sum not exceeding 36 crores 98 lakhs 30,000, including the sum already voted on account for the relevant services, be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending 31st March 2027 for the administration of the heads 2015 elections.
Motion moved. Since there is no cut motion against this grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 5 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 5 is passed. Now we will take up grant number 6. Shri Lakshman Ramboy, Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Chairman, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that a sum not exceeding 162 crore 31 lakh 40,000, including the sum already voted on account for the relevant services, be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending 31st March 2027 for administration of the head 2029, land revenue 2245, relief on account of natural calamities 4250 capital outlay on other social service. Chairman, sir.
Motion moved. Since there is no cut motion against the grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 6 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 6 is passed. We will now take up grant number 7. Shri Methodius Dakhar, Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Chairman, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that a sum not exceeding 4,88,50,000, including the sum already voted on account for the relevant services, be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending the 31st March 2027 for the administration of the head 2030 stamp and registration.
Motion moved. Since there is no cut motion against this grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 7 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 7 is passed. Now we will take up grant number 8. Shri Breninge Sama, Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Chairman, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that is sum not exceeding 25 crore 48 lakh 77,000, including the sum already voted on account for the relevant services be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending the 31st March 2027 for the administration of the heads 2030 state excise.
Motion moved. Since there is no cut motion against this grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 8 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 8 is passed. Now, we will now take up grant number 9. Shri Medba Lingdo, Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Chairman, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that a sum not exceeding 39 crores 97 lakhs 37,000 rupees, including sum already voted on account for the relevant services, be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending the 31st March 2027 for the administration of the heads 2040 taxes on sales, trade, etc.
Motion moved. Since there is no cut motion against the grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 9 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 9 is passed. We will take up grant number 10. Shri Sniobalang Dahar, Deputy Chief Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Chairman, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that a sum not exceeding 287 crore 48,89,000, including the sum already voted on account for relevant services, be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending 31st March 2027. For administrations of the heads 2041 taxes on vehicles and 2070 other administrative services and 5053 capital outlay on civil aviations and 5055 capital outlay on road transport.
Motion moved. Since there is no cut motion against this grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 10 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against the motion say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 10 is passed. Now we will take up grant number 11. Shri Medba Lingdo, Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Chairman, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg to move that a sum not exceeding 11 crore 22 lakhs, 1,122 crores, 86 lakhs 97,000, including the sum already voted on account for the relevant services, be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending the 31st March 2027 for the administration of the heads 2045, other taxes and duties on commodities and services, 2501, special programs for rural development, 2801, power, 2810, new and renewable energy, 4801, capital outlay on power projects, 4810, capital outlay on new and renewable energy, 6801, loans for power projects.
Motion moved. Now there is one cut motion against this grant, tabled by Shri Aden Miller Basayamoit MLA.
So I rise to move that the total provision of rupees 1,122 crore 86 lakhs 97,000, grant number 11, major head 2801, power at page 110 to 128 of the budget be reduced to rupees 1, that is the whole amount of the grant, 1,122 crore 86 lakhs 97,000 do stand reduced to rupees 1, to discuss the style and functioning of the power department.
Motion moved. Now you may initiate discussion.
Sir, I will be very brief. I just want to get a clarification and also an assurance from the Honorable Minister in charge power. When it comes to the issue of the accumulation of bill to the customers. So this issue has been discussed in this house many times, but the problem remains the same, where the consumers who have not been served, these bills in time, and the delay comes from the department where they serve to the customer bills after 2-3 years of the service connection, and the bills sometimes reach to 60,000, 80,000, even a lakh. So when they approach the department always, they were forcefully made to pay, though they are given a chance to pay in installment. So I feel, why should the customer pay for the amount which, for no fault of theirs? So therefore, sir, I feel that the department should come out with a policy. Whenever the department fail to serve bills to the people in time, they should not even ask interest from the consumers. This over and above the facility of giving them the installments. And I want that this problem should be solved at once, sir, because it is continuing every time we are approached by poor people. And if they don't pay within the arrangement of, as per the arrangement of the department, their service connection will be cut off. So this is a serious issue, sir, especially for those poor people who get service connection, electricity connection under the scheme, BPL scheme. So how do we expect that these people will be able to pay at once or even installments when their income is not strong enough, sir? So this is my first concern, sir, my first submission. And another submission, sir, that I would like to make is about the delay on the department to pay pension to the pensioners, and also sometimes when they deal with that come retirement gratuity. So may I request the Honorable Minister to ensure that no delay should take place, because it affects the pensioners, especially at their old age, sir. So with these few words, sir, I wish you my say.
Any other? Yes, Bapal.
Chairman, sir, I also rise to participate in the discussion on this particular cut motion moved by the Honorable MLA from Nongkrem, Adan Miller Sarimai, to discuss the style and functioning of the Power Department. Sir, but before I embark upon my submission, please allow me a couple of minutes to clear all doubts and in fact to clear the air as to why I am participating in this cut motion. I've been asked by friends from the media who thought that I had the minister in charge in mind to personally attack him. Whereas, for the information of this august House, sir, I have posed a number of questions to the Honorable Chief Minister, the PHE Minister. In fact, today I was ready with supplementary questions for the Deputy CM in charge of Urban Affairs, but the main questioner, Adalbert, is absent. I could not raise those issues. And I was also asked by one media person yesterday as to how I did not raise such questions when Mr. Mandal was the Power Minister. I had to explain to him that as colleagues in the cabinet, we were not supposed to ask questions on the floor of this august House, but that I had subjected him to a lot of queries outside this House. So, sir, I strongly believe that we are here to strengthen institutions, and we are here in a temple, a church of democracy, and we are all strict adherents and members of that church of democracy. Institutions, sir, are larger than men, and like Alfred Lord Tennyson's brew, they remind us, for men may come and men may go, but I go on forever. We are not here permanently, sir, as members of this august House or as members of the cabinet, but institutions will have to carry on. The system has to carry forward, which is why, sir, I will now come straight to my submission. My main concern in participating in this cut motion before this House approves this humongous amount of more than 1,000 crores, I'm deeply concerned over the fact that the department, the Power Department, is suffering from various ailments. There is chronic mismanagement, there is alleged power theft, apparent collusion between certain industrial consumers and officials of the department, especially in the Bernihat industrial belt, which are directly harming the financial and technical health of Meghalaya's power sector and also burdening honest consumers. So the situation at the Bernihat Rajapala GIS substation, the continuing technical dying condition of critical assets, the persistent non-payment of massive industrial power bills, and the glaring absence of transparent enforcement and accountability suggest systemic failure rather than isolated lapses. So let me point out that there are repeated instances of suspected under-metering, bypassing of metering CT/PT circuits, abnormal loss patterns for feeders catering to industries in Bernihat. So it is a massive leakage of revenue that is being caused to the state, a systemic bleeding of the department. There are large sudden drops in recorded demand and energy despite no corresponding fall in industrial production. Sir, the repeated tripping, low reliability and life expired equipment being used at the Rajapala GIS station with several protection switching elements operating in a dangerously compromised state. So despite multiple internal notes and recommendations for urgent upgradation, the situation remains in a near collapsed condition, risking grid security and supply to both industries and domestic consumers. Industrial consumers, sir, with long pending high-value areas are being allowed to continue operations and receive uninterrupted supply. There are frequent instances where disconnection notices are issued but not acted upon, or are quietly withdrawn, suggesting undue influence or collusion. There is apparent mismatch between energy built and energy actually drawn by some industries, with no serious penal and criminal proceedings initiated. Very few FIRs or prosecutions or exemplary penalties for industrial power theft have happened, despite clear technical evidence of losses and manipulation. So therefore, before we agree to pass and approve this amount, I would like to get a categorical assurance from the Minister in charge of Power as to the plan of action, if any, that the department has devised in order to come clean on this matter and clear the air for members of this august House. So I have several queries, but I'd like to not prolong my submission. A few relevant points that needs to be pointed out, sir, is that, for instance, why is there no round-the-clock special enforcement cell exclusively for the Bernhat Industrial Belt, despite its known high-risk profile for theft and manipulation? When was the Rajapala GIS station last comprehensively audited? On what technical basis is a GIS substation repeatedly described as being in a dying condition still being operated without immediate upgradation or replacement, despite severe consequences of a catastrophic failure for the entire region? There is a suspicion of a close nexus between industries and the department. Now, as a concerned member of this august House, I seek to know how many industrial consumers in Bernhat and the surrounding areas currently have areas that have jumped from 10 lakhs to 50 lakhs to a crore. Areas, sir, that are due to the department. And how many of those are drawing power without disconnection as we speak? Why are industries with years of unpaid bill or disputed bill allowed to continue operations? Is there any internal vigilance or a system of check to ensure that this nexus between certain industries and officials responsible for billing, metering, and disconnection takes place? If there is, what are the findings? Why are they not made public? So these are red flags that I'd like to post. Why is there no publicity available on governance, transparency, and accountability? Why is there no monthly dashboard showing feeder-wise losses, industrial areas, enforcement actions for high-risk zones like Bernhat, despite the technology and data being readily available within the department? During question R, sir, the Honorable Chief Minister spoke about digitization that is happening in Meghalaya, whether that would also be extended to this particular zone that I mentioned. Will there be an independent third-party technical and financial audit of the Brnihat industrial feeders, Rajabala GIS and other key GIS and SS assets in the state? What assurance can the minister give to the citizens of Meghalaya that power theft in Brnihat will be treated as an organized economic crime? Every rupee of industrial areas and theft assessment will be pursued, that no industry will be allowed to operate with impunity due to political or bureaucratic patronage. So, in fine, I would like to submit that there needs to be an emergency technical shutdown come audit of the Rajabala GIS station with a time-bound funded upgradation plan and fixed responsibility for past delays. The need to constitute a special multidisciplinary task force, technical, vigilance, finance and legal, focused solely on Brnihat to investigate power theft, recover areas and recommend criminal prosecution, and to publish a complete consumer-wise statement of industrial dues, enforcement actions, and technical audit outcomes for the Brnihat area, so that the people of Meghalaya can finally see who is looting the power sector and who is protecting them. With these few submissions, sir, I expect and look forward to a comprehensive reply from the Minister in charge. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Dr. Celestine.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I also rise not to support the cut motion, but I would like to raise a few points which also affects my constituency. But before I go to that, I would like to refer to Rule 282, which is about personal explanation. It relates to the speech which I just made in the first cut motion. When I quote Ralph Waldo Emerson, I didn't mean to question the mindset of anybody in the House. It is just a statement which I feel I should refer so that we have different views to a particular topic, be it the budget earmark or the budget speech of this year. Some say it is a good budget, some say it is not a very good budget. So nothing personal about it. There's no question about asking the mentality of anybody in the House. I think I make my mind very clear. Now I'll come to the point. When it comes to power, I would like to know the SOP or the procedure of getting electrification to new habitations. Suppose a village with 200 households have a new dong or a new habitation, which we need to extend the poles. I write to the EE in charge of the area, along with the Rambak Shnong, they go and submit. They give very vague reply. They say, wait, we will get back to you. After 2-3 months, when the villagers or the headman go back, then they'll ask them why you have not called back. Then they will say, we have submitted your request to the higher office. They never specify which higher office. So again, they will come back to an MLA or to me, MLA, to find solution. So when I call the SE, they will say that we don't have funds right now. So I would like to know what is the procedure to get an extension from an old habitation, to a new habitation, that is one. Number two, when we get electricity bill, they write the pay by date. So they have specified you have to pay up to so and so date. If you miss it by 1 week also, there is a penalty. Mr. Chairman, sir, is it justified to take penalty for a period that they miss for 1 week, whereas the department, they are supposed to serve every month, but they serve once in every 3 months or 4 months? So I ask this because we need to improve the efficiency from the department side also, so that the people were not affected. Delayed billing, yes, I also support the mover of the cut motion. In every nook and corner of our constituency, there is always a delay. I don't know, some permanent solution has to be there. But for today, I would like to know how to proceed to get poles or extension of electricity to new habitations. Thank you, sir.
Any other member would like to participate? Yes. Madam Mianishir.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I also rise to support the cut motion moved by Honourable Member from Nongkrem. Sir, I'd like to just make few specific submissions since the mover of the cut motion as well as honourable members have already spoken about the subject of the billing system, which is a cause of concern, I think, for everyone, not just for the people, but for all the legislators. I think we face with the issue of solving this problem in our end, but since the honourable members have spoken in detail about the billing system, about the people, for the people that they are facing, and the BPL families, as well as the industries, I think I would not like to dwell on that, but only support my submission that definitely some kind of change in the system of functioning or serving the bills, definitely the department has to look into this very important matter. Sir, the other submission that I'd like to make is regarding the renewable energy, sir. I think when we are always talking about clean energy, when we're talking about renewable energy, it is always about solar power. However, sir, I think in my experience, I have faced that with solar, the batteries are not sustainable. And if the capacity of the battery is low, then the capacity of electricity which can be generated by the solar energy is very limited, sir. And our state, being a very, very cloudy state, again during the monsoon seasons, I think it is a cause of concern, because once it gets cloudy, we do not get the solar energy. So this is one point. So therefore, sir, I'd like to know whether the department is exploring some other form of renewable energy as well, like, for example, wind energy or any other form. Another submission, sir, that I'd like to make is regarding the progress of the projects taken up under the externally aided projects, which are funded by the Asian Development Bank, the ADB. So I'd like to know the progress of the projects that have been taken up. With these few submissions, I'd like to resume my seat.
Any other member? Yes, Mr. Rupa Marak. Oh, yes. Charles, okay.
Thank you, sir. So I also rise to support the cut motion tabled by the honourable member from Nongkrem. And I will dwell only on two specific points, which I have been talking about a number of occasions in the past sessions also, even during the last House. Regarding billings and all, that has already been said. But there is an issue which still stands to be resolved. and that is the time taken for providing the estimates whenever there is a demand for electric supply, which includes a transformer in the residence or the business compound of the applicant. So, power is progress. The Honorable Chief Minister has said that to reach a certain goal, the basic infrastructure we require is power and roads, and that's the main. But to get a power supply connection, sometimes it takes longer to get the power supply connection with the transformer than it takes to construct the building. Now that, I somehow feel, is not justifiable. If a file can move from 26 days to 2.6 days in the Secretariat, I would request, through you, sir, that the Honourable Minister should also look into this and ensure that when an application is put in, whether it's domestic or commercial or large scale, it should be at the spur of the moment. It should not take a very, very long time to submit a basic estimate where all the BOQs, where all the prices are already there with the department. This question I have raised earlier, but I have not seen the answer on the ground. The problem is still the same. Although we must appreciate, in other aspects, the department has done well. There's no power shortages now, no power load shedding. I agree. But these things also should move hand in hand. Because the faster we work, the more money is generated, and that's how progress is made. So number two is the land for jobs. As we expand the transmission lines or the distribution lines, we require land. So people will not give you land, you know why? Because you're not paying for it, you're getting it free. But they want that someone who owns the land, a member of the family, should be given a job. It has happened in Nongkrem, where the owners of the land gave to construct a substation, a fully fledged substation, on the promise that they will be given jobs. To date, as I speak, and this happened 5 years ago, they have not been given the jobs. They are still on contract. Now, tomorrow what will happen? It will affect the progress of the department in supplying power to all over the state. Because you will not get land. Because land is owned by the people, not by the government, not by the department. So these few points, sir, before I say, I would request the department and the Honourable Minister take very strong cognizance of this. Because delay means suffering. Delay means the functioning of the department will go down. At the moment, I personally, sir, I can't complain. Because the department has improved. In fact, as chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, the officers had deposed. And by their deposition in front of the Public Accounts Committee, as per the report submitted by the CAG in the table up in the House, we can see improvements. But let us not rest on saying that we have done so much, because there is much to do. So in these few words, sir, I support the cut motion raised by the honourable member from Nongkrem.
Yes, Rupa Marak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir, for allowing me to take part in this cut motion moved by Honourable MLA from Nongkrem to discuss the style and functioning of the power department. While discussing about the style and functioning of the power department, I would like to highlight some issues which is there in the grassroots, like rural electrification. Problems are there. Under my constituency also, sir, through you, I would like to raise this issue. There are lots of villages which is yet to be electrified. Like 15 to 16 villages are still yet to get electrified. So these villages needs to see the light in their own homes. So I would like to draw the kind attention of the Honorable Minister in charge power on this issue. And recently there has been a public outcry on the hiking of the power tariff in Daringi civil subdivision and in Raksamgiri civil subdivision. People has been complaining that it has been hiked to manifold, like triple. When FEDCO was taking over the distribution of the power in Dadangri and Raksamgiri civil subdivision, the people, they used to get only 200, something like that, 200 and 300 per household, the bill. But these days, whoever was getting the rupees 200 bill is now getting more than 600 in a month. And those who are getting 300, they are getting the bill for 900 rupees. So it's very alarming. After the handing over the distribution to Sai computers, it has happened recently. And I have seen in the newspapers also, even the people from Mosindram, they have been complaining against this, against the Sai computers for this very issue, hike in power tariff. So this is the concern which I would like to submit here. And faulty transformers are also there, sir. See, sometimes when the transformers get damaged, it takes more than 3 to 4 months in my constituency. And sometimes even the people in the villages, they are asked to pay. If you pay, then you will get the transformer very quickly, replaced quickly. It is being said like that. So the innocent villagers, they don't know, and they want the transformer to repair quickly. So they used to pay. Those people who are engaged in power repair, this transformer repairing and power distribution. So these are the issues. So I don't think that those villagers have to pay from their own pocket extra to get the transformers repaired. And even if it is get repaired, sometimes it is again damaged in 1 week's time, 2 weeks' time, like that. So this is the issue of faulty transformers which I would like to raise in this August House. And there is another issue under my constituency. Last year, when Pahamjula, a village under Jirang constituency was, the power was restored there after Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Minister's visit into that village. I was quite happy that one village under my constituency, which name is Kanthanangri, the village of Kanthanangri has not seen the light, the power supply, for over 12 years. They are yet to get the power restored in their village. So I was very happy that this Pahamjula village is getting the power restored. And I was very optimistic that it will be done in Kanthanangri also. But till that, this Kanthanangri village is yet to get the power restoration. So I would like to, through you, Mr. Chairman, sir, request the Honorable Minister in charge to take this matter very seriously, because the people has not seen the light and power has not been restored for over 12 long years. And of course there is, everyone is raising this issue about rusty poles and all. There is this issue in every constituency, and during the rainy seasons, during the storms, it used to sometimes break down. So this is also another issue which I would like to raise. And under my constituency in Dadangri itself, that solar street light was installed, but it has been like 3 long years. Now those solar powered street lights are not working anymore. So Dadangri during the night is under darkness. So these are some points which I would like to raise in this August House. And with this few submission, I would like to resume my seat. Thank you.
Dr. Mizanur Kazi, please.
Chairman, sir, to allow me to participate in the motion on the style and functioning of the Power Department by the Honorable MLA from Nongkrem. Much has already been discussed. I don't want to discuss much. I have only 2-3 queries in my mind which I want to share with the honorable members of the August House as well as the minister concerned through you, Mr. Chairman, sir. Number one being the billing system. As I'm aware that not all the connections do have the meters provided by the company. Then how the billing is going to happen for those connections who does not have the meters installed by the company or by the department? I came to know that there is a formula, there is a specific formula on which those who do not have meters provided by the department, they rely on a formula, and through that formula, they come into the average monthly billing of that household. Now, as we all aware of the power situation, power condition in our state, particularly in the West Garbage district, where there are so many unscheduled power cuts. Say, for example, I think on an average, monthly, there will be at least 5, 6, 7, in total, in aggregates, there will be 5, 6, 7 days of power cuts, unscheduled. So, when there are so much power cuts there, then how a formula can devise what is the actual power consumption in the household? This does not actually, the actual consumption by the household. So, I request the Honorable Minister in charge, through you, Mr. Chairman, sir, to kindly install the meters as early as possible so that appropriate billing can be ascertained, number one, and number two, the consumers are not overcharged. And secondly, Mr. Chairman, sir, as regard to billing, when there was a transition from FETCO to SAI computers, there seemed to be a huge surge in the billing. In my opinion, and as far as my information goes in, when FETCO used to prepare a bill, in fact, they used to come to my house also, many of the time, they did not visit, they did not see the meter. So at the end of the month, they would have just written some figures and, accordingly bills were prepared. And now when SAI company came into effect, what they did is, they went there, they took the actual reading. So, in all probability, there is a huge gap between the last reading and the present reading. So suddenly, the amount of bill went very high. So through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, may I request the Honorable Minister in charge to kindly see that at least this transition zone, during this transition zone, the billing is properly monitored so that unnecessary payment should not be done by the consumers. And another point which I want to highlight, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, is the infrastructure which many of my colleagues in this August House have already discussed. The electric poles, the condition of the wires, the transformers, most of them are in pathetic condition. There are places, as we all know, the plain belt area, we are flood prone area, and these high voltage poles, they are such low lying that during flood or during heavy monsoon season, there are tendencies of accidents happening. Even while going through boats and all also, that stick tends to touch the wires, that is, those high tension wire. So, I request the Honorable Minister in charge through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, to kindly look into this and on priority basis and to see that this type of low-lying poles and the wires and transformers which are in dilapidated condition to be replaced at the earliest. And finally, one more thing I want to highlight through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, is that power is an emergency service. So whenever there is a breakdown, needs to be restored at the earliest. But in our areas, we have seen that whenever there is a breakdown, the smallest breakdown, say one barrel, one barrel has fallen down. It's a very small thing. But since there is no proper arrangement at night or after evening, that restoration will take sometimes 12 hours, 14 hours, 16 hours, which could be rectified within minutes. So through you, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, sir, I request the Honorable Minister in charge to kindly look into the matter to engage restoring team so that small restorations can be done at even midnight level. With this view, I resume my seat, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Mukul M. Sangma, Honorable Elo, to participate.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. I rise to support the cut motion on grant number 11 as moved by the Honorable Member from Nongkrem. In fact, quite a number of concerns have already been addressed to draw the attention of the government, and I sincerely hope that those concerns will be to a great extent addressed in course of the reply by the Honorable Minister in charge of power. And he has just recently taken over the charge of power. But the gigantic task that is related to really connect with the ground realities of this power sector, which is the engine of growth, this very crucial sector. So I think it is only important and appropriate that this cut motion has been tabled. I would like to just draw some additional areas where we have certain felt need to draw the attention of the government in this regard. Now, one important part is to protect the interests of the consumers and to also ensure that whatever we have committed, we keep on committing uninterrupted power supply, uninterrupted. In fact, gone are those days when people would not complain, but these days, because everything, every aspect of life, our livelihood is connected with electricity, the power. In fact, lots of people have been, regular, repeated victim of not having this uninterrupted power supply. It happens. It continuously happens. When I'm in Songsak, almost in a day, so many times of interruption of power. Then there's some technicalities which need to be corrected. Just simple technicalities. In fact, it doesn't require much investment. I have also submitted this in my earlier submission in the cut motion for SD. So this is, again, true to almost all the areas, whether it is in Mendipattur, whether it is in Tura, whether it is in Ampati. One day I received one message from Ampati. The disruption of power, after every 3 minutes, after every 5 minutes, they send me to me and my mobile. So that is the kind of attention that people are trying to draw from us in as far as power sector is concerned. And last year, a very good friend of mine from Umsning area, I saw a number of his missed call. Then he wanted to know, how is it possible for MECL not to have this restoration of power supply to all these rural villages in Umsning area? It's not just 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. Huge. And then another observation and concern was that, but in spite of not having a regular supply and connection, there is no change in the billing system in as far as the amount of bill payable by the consumer is concerned. So there is some serious I must say, a serious introspection which is required to be done in as far as the distribution aspect is concerned by the DISCOM. Because everything that we do, if the DISCOM fails, then we know how it affects everybody. Then another part is that in order to ensure that we have sufficient power for our otherwise domestic consumers, we have also the provision of the law which allows the open access for all the industries, captive users for industries who, in a sense of adequate power from the state's distribution DISCOM, then they have this. So I think it will be appropriate for us to know how many industries have been provided with this open access, how many of them are availing, because it also corroborates to the concerns expressed by Honorable Member from Shillong West. So these are all, interconnected. And the kind of obligation of these industries to pay for the various utility provider, transmission, then distribution. So the transmission and wheeling charges, and also what is the total revenue that has been generated from these transmission wheeling charges in as far as these open access which were allowed to industries are concerned, and at the same time also the required cross-subsidy surcharges. How much is the cross-subsidy surcharges on these industries? Who are given this open access to avail power from other sources than from our DISCOM? So then another area of concern is in as far as the people who are manning the distribution system. In fact, I had an interaction with the concerned officers in Mendipathar. So one person is assigned with more than 100 villages. Humanly impossible, unless one becomes a Superman. And the distance, the accessibility, then also again the challenges related to the terrain and the monsoon. So these are somehow as though, okay, people have taken it for granted that, okay, it's natural to have disruption of electricity. They wait patiently, but they don't actually wait patiently. They keep on ringing up the elected representatives. I'm sure all the honorable members of this August House must be receiving phone calls after phone calls after phone calls. In fact, I am told, even while one of our distinguished member of this August House, honorable member, was holding the portfolio of power, he received more phone calls from his constituency than others. So these are the things. Therefore, it becomes very difficult for us to explain. Then another part is the incomplete coverage of the households. We have so much of investment which has taken place. We have already given the kind of report saying that we have completely covered those villages, but it's not a fact. It's not a fact. Auditing must be immediately done to look at those areas. Somewhere 5 households, somewhere 10 households, somewhere 11 households. And somewhere what happens is that the same village has different transformers based on the, kind of investment that has taken place over the various times when certain interventions, certain policy programs supporting this universal coverage of power supply was embarked upon. So number of interventions, but at the same time, the overall expected outcome to ensure that every household has the access to power, this is still missing. So I would urge through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, that the Honorable Minister take cognizance of this, and for all those villages, I'm not talking about the villages which are yet to be electrified, but villages which are already electrified, but yet have some households which are left out. And again, another part is the consumers who were otherwise supported with the program under BPL programs for quite a number of times. It's not just a one-time initiative, but then it has been repeatedly supported. And how overall, I would like to get a clarity on this also, because I am told that certain transformers are dedicated for only those consumers who have been connected under the BPL category. So I think it will be appropriate to know, and thereby, when these number of BPL families increases, their number of connections which were required as per the eligibility criteria, some have been left out, but then in the list it is there. But the connection is left out. Is a case under Songsak CNRD block, under Samanda CNRD block, and under Rongjeng CNRD block. There are quite a number of villages. So I'm giving a specific area. So may I request through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, that this particular internal auditing of left out villages and other grievances, this is which is so connected with certain lapses and some other, I must say, maybe at the time of implementation, some implementation of the program might not have been fully completed, though there must have been record indicating that the project must have been completed fully. But it is only necessary from the fact that I am bringing this issue before the government to verify this, because the submission of the villagers are there, though the number intended to cover the household was X number, but then there is a number which were left out. So this is my submission in regard to the grievances of the consumers. Then another part, this delay in replacement of transformer, it has become a perpetual problem for all of us. I don't think it is in isolation for only one area, for the whole state. I remember in order to enable the power department, particularly the DISCOM, we inaugurated one area stores. They refer to this, I think the nomenclature used for storing and repairing of the transformer is called area stores. We got a land from the GAD in as far as West Garwils is concerned at Tura. I myself inaugurated that one. But then these area stores have not been utilized. So what happens is that these defunct and damaged transformers, as I'm told, is brought to somewhere or given to some repairs or brought to somewhere in Ribhoi district, and there's a huge gap between the transportation of the damaged transformer to the place of repair and then again taking back the repaired transformer. So these are things which need to be corrected, and I think we are required to look at the protection of the consumers. We are all paying. Nobody is getting free power. But then, having said so, what I'm saying is that let us not stretch the limit of patience and tolerance of our people beyond limit. That is one aspect. Then another part is I would like to I would like to see that the minister in charge tell us about some initiatives which is reflected by the proposed outlay in as far as the head of expenditure of 4801, capital outlay on power projects, 565 crores at the projected budget estimates for 26-27. Now here, my submission is that, yes, this generation of power, leveraging upon all the resources that the state has, we did embark upon some kind of collective endeavor to see that these resources are optimally tapped, to ensure that we top up the generation capacity of all our generation stations. Now we have been privileged to have number of generation stations, whether it is Leska, whether it is the Neum through. So we have added up. But then after those projects, we are taking long time. Even after the Ganol, that phase 1, which is at 22.5, that's a renewable, I must say, it qualifies to receive all the benefits under renewable power generation unit. And therefore, there are quite a number of areas where both these categories which are below 25 megawatt and above. I saw some of the decisions which were reflected by the media that some power generation companies have come and they would like to invest. It's a positive step. Yes, we must. We must harness the benefit out of all these existing rivers. Well, we do not have rivers which are snow-fed, but then we are benefited because of the heavy rainfall that we receive. And therefore, the water is otherwise flowing down to Bay of Bengal. Why don't we tap it? That was the precise reason. Now somebody may say, why didn't you do during your time? But for that matter, again, in 2007-28, 2007 and 2008, number of investors, potential investors looked at Meghalaya as a potential destination to invest for developing generation stations, leveraging upon the rivers identified power generation potential sites. And then the government embarked upon a very transparent mechanism, methodology to award those power projects to be developed under BOOT, Build, Own, Operate and Transfer. So one of the best mechanisms. And it was a daunting task to actually convince at that point of time, to really convince the investors to look at Meghalaya. And particularly power projects are always in remotest areas of a state. To get these people to look at Meghalaya as a favored destination, lots of hard work went. Then the signing of the agreement. Unfortunately, what happened? In 2008, when there was a new government, with the change of government, all these agreements which were entered upon between the government, the power department, and the willing investors were all cancelled by a decision of the cabinet. Well, for whatever reasons, they have used their wisdom. But what has happened after that? That has scared away the investors. And therefore, there is a lot of work to be done now to bring back the investors. Why I'm saying this is because after that cancellation of these projects, as soon as there was again change of government in 2009, I was assuming this responsibility of looking after this power department, and we tried to revive. We had to convince Government of India because there was one project which was awarded to NIPCO. NIPCO was supposed to develop 500 megawatt of thermal plant in East Garo Hills. Then it was, though daunting task, we convinced the Government of India. Then Government of India again gave them the approval to proceed ahead to revive the project. But after that, there was a dilly-dally because so many things happened. Then subsequently, the NGT ban on coal mining came. But the idea of promoting a coal-based thermal plant was because that itself will regulate the coal mining. Because any power project, when they utilize the fuel, the coal in this case, they will have to procure this coal from a mine which is completely a legal mine, regulated under the various laws of the land. So that was one of the way of actually promoting legal mining and generating avenues of opportunities for people. We must remember that power sector is one of the sector which can generate huge quantum of employment. It can be a self-sustaining. It can be a game changer. And if we recollect how the whole BOT was designed was that 12% of free power was supposed to be given to the state. 12%. And 2% of the total project cost was supposed to be utilized for the development of the project affected people. Besides, the obligation of the investors, the developers, to give job opportunities for the locals. So therefore, I would urge the government to look at this area where opportunities are still there. Instead of just waiting, I think it is necessary to look at how we can recharge the catchment areas to improve the hydrology of the rivers. We have had a very positive hydrology data as to attract this investment. But then today, with the whole erratic weather behavior and the impact of climate change, obviously has lots of ramification on the hydrology of the rivers. Therefore, it is necessary, since our rivers are not snow-fed, to take care of all this angle. We have so much of proposed investment under the climate-related investment, environment-related investment. Therefore, when we do so, such a huge investment, I think it is again important to do the mapping of these areas so that this will have an amplifier impact for the rivers to have a better, positive, improved level of hydrology data to make it again more viable and remunerative for any investor to look at this investment in hydro sector. So we have both thermal and the hydro. Now that legal coal mining has started, I would expect that NIPCO should be again convinced to have one thermal plant, whether it is 500 or 200 or whatever it is. Look at how many coke plants have been given. They're adding to, that pollution level. Rather than that, let us utilize this coal for our own generation of power, which will generate so much of avenues of business as well as employment. It is time now. So NIPCO has signed. I think NIPCO must be convinced, Government of India, Ministry of Power must be convinced to see that they fulfill this obligation. In fact, that earlier agreement has been signed. It can be just revived. Maybe they may like to review the location based on where we always say that it must be something like on the pit head, so closer to the coal mines, which will be providing the fuel as a captive mine for the power projects. And not only that, in fact, when we were trying to overcome the challenges of this NGT ban on coal mining, we wanted to invoke certain provision of the MMDR Act so that coal mining can start. These public undertakings does not have to go through all the clearances. They can easily have access to captive mine, and they can easily have a legal mine as a source of fuel for their own requirement to meet the requirement of the fuel for the thermal power project. In this case, in this instant case, I'm referring to coal-fired thermal power projects, and how we can value add these rather than sending this coal to other parts of the country. Of course, the nation needs our coal, but at the same time, the damage on the road, the pollution of the traveling of the vehicles, hundreds and thousands of trucks carrying coal, and then creating havoc in the road, so many road accidents and loss of life and damage to our road. So these all resources that we have in our own backyard can be really leveraged upon. Then other part is, of course, obviously, the hydropower project. I would like to know from the Honorable Minister in charge as to how this money is going to be invested. This 565 crore, which is reflected on power projects, whether it is for the development of any new power projects which has been decided to be developed by the generation company, or whether it is just a presumptive projection. And where is the money going to come from? Whether it is through borrowing or as a subsidy, because when we developed Ganol hydropower project, we tried to provide a dedicated fund so that the project does not land up in waiting for the fund and thereby slowing down the implementation, the pace of implementation of the project, because time overrun will always result in cost overrun. Therefore, whenever power projects are taken up, we must always see that we have a backup plan in as far as the resources are concerned. Now, with so much of money available with government, I have referred earlier also in my submission in the preceding session, last budget session, that earlier we used to get only 32% in as far as the devolution of share of taxes from Government of India is concerned. Today, we have touched 42% after the collective endeavor of all the state governments there since 2016 onwards. So during my time, I did not have the privilege of really having that much of time. We got benefit of that only for 1 year. But that also took time for Government of India, because Government of India suddenly saw that from 32% going up to 42%, it was not so easy to see that Government of India agree to this, but then we have. So look at, when we used to get 15,000 crore, now suddenly we have 20,000. Look at that quantum of 1/4. What was available suddenly becomes, fourth. No more 3/4, it becomes fourth. So therefore we have substantial amount of money which can be funneled to this power sector. I've been seeing that we are investing huge amount of money out of whatever is coming. But I think our focus on this power sector has kept our attention, has kept the attention of the government. I hope better late than never. Please look at these areas. And please ensure that when we promote the investment from public sector, all those protective provisions which were decided upon after exhaustive due diligence and discussion be incorporated. Because resources, whatever is utilized by an investor, must have ultimate, resultant, positive ramification in as far as the benefit is concerned. In terms of employment, in terms of other revenue which automatically will come, and at the same time, the overall contribution to the growth process. And that kind of investment is naturally going to amplify the scope of other areas of investment by the potential investors. Because unless we have surplus power, it is going to be difficult for any investor to look at Meghalaya as a potential area of investment for any industry which will require substantial quantum of energy on a regular basis as an uninterrupted supply of energy. Now, here I'm tempted to know from the government, in view of these steps taken by government, that in the event of investment by the investors for developing those power projects, what is the entitlement of share of power as a free power, like what we did during our time? During our time, we have kept 12% of free power to be given to the state by the developer, and also that area development fund for the project affected people. Then whether these potential sites like the Umgot River, earlier we had this Umgot River as a Umgot power project, but we have some serious problem pertaining to environmental concern. But there are other rivers. And some of these projects were also given to NIPCO. I don't know why NIPCO has not yet taken up in as far as the hydropower project is concerned. And the overall projected fund, which is proposed to be spent, again to take over the losses of the DISCOM. I think this particular thing, we must look at the quantum of money that has gone to the DISCOM over the years, both for strengthening the infrastructure and as well as in addition to that, to take over the losses. Now, we have an exhaustive reply from the Honorable Minister in this regard, but there is still a concern. I think an in-depth examination of the overall impact that is passed on to the state due to these support to the DISCOM to take over the losses. How the turnaround of the DISCOM can be ensured at the earliest time. I think that expected outcome may be there on data, but then it must be reviewed from time to time. Lest we slip back and we see again the DISCOM, getting again the negative figures and then showing losses. Because the whole purpose of taking over the burden of the losses of the DISCOM by the government is to ensure that there is a turnaround at the earliest time. But then keeping into consideration the scenario across the state, I'm afraid the DISCOM will slip back unless we really look at the manner in which the distribution system is being strengthened with such a huge investment of money. There are concerns about the way works are being done. As I have said, somewhere in the villages, left out households. All these things together will probably enable the DISCOM to have a kind of turnaround, and the promptness, the efficiency with which the revenue collection, billing system and revenue collection can be ensured. Because that day I have shared my concern, because I had reasons to lose my temper that day, because the fact on the ground is different. It's a different. Because whenever the transformer is damaged, then only we know that, okay, there is such a huge balance to be paid by the consumers. That means the billing system is not on a regular basis. That means by chance, when the transformer, so whether it is by choice that transformers are being installed so that the transformer will get damaged and then people will be forced to pay, So that part has to be understood. Because our people, despite all these difficulties and anger, they need power, so they say, we are willing to pay. In fact, I had to stop some of the villagers from my constituency. Then they say, sir, they are taking so much time. So they are asking that this transformer, if you spend this much of money, then you can buy transformer directly and pay. Then I dissuaded them. I spoke to the authorities. The authorities said, sir, it is not necessary to be done. But on the ground, it was being done. In fact, one of my former MDCs, when I was trying to convince the villagers and dissuading them, it is not in the interior, it is just in the heart of Songsa. Then our ex-MDC said, sir, if we don't do, then we don't get power, this restoration on time. People can't wait. And therefore, even at the cost of this whole, I must say, it is nothing but a harassment though. Why should they pay for the transformer? So this is what is happening on the ground. I have brought it to the notice of the authorities through telephonic discussion and through my WhatsApp messages. It is there. So I think it is therefore necessary that this whole, what has been irritated for the consumers and for all of us must be addressed in a manner which requires. So some kind of reviewing at the divisional level, at the district level, and sensitizing the people on the ground. We also have some of the entities who are now engaging as franchisees to take responsibility of the distribution of the power. So all these things have to be, I think, review is required on a regular basis, and some more interaction with the consumers so that consumers also bring this type of instances of this, some kind of compulsion that is created by the field officers to pay and then the restore power. I think that sensitization of the people are also required, and so that people will bring it to the notice of the concerned higher-ups, and we are able to know how these kind of irregularities are being resorted to, creating lots of inconveniences and the resultant grievances and irritants for the people. So with these few submissions, I make my observation. And Honorable Minister in charge power, I am sure, will do justice. And this is a continuous process. The government of the past have embarked upon a number of things. I would like to specifically reiterate my request to look at power sector as an area of investment. Even these transformers. Why should we buy a transformer from other states? Why should we not have a manufacturing unit in our own state? I think these are areas. Maybe government should incentivize some of the investors only specific to power in as far as the transformer is concerned. Look at how many villages will require transformer. So the tax, everything, the employment. We talk about entrepreneurship. These are other amplifier effects which can amplify the efforts of providing spaces of employment outside the government sector. This is a very fertile ground for creating investment and for generating employment, both in hydro and thermal and renewable. Another one I would like to say I am forgetting is pertaining to the power purchase. Now, power purchase, what is the total power purchase that the DISCOM has resorted to. Because the whole power purchase is somehow regulated so that the minimum margin of profit is left at the time of power trading. I think it is only somewhere 7 paisa or 8 paisa. So that these power purchase regulation to minimize the limit of margin of profit to the power trading companies is regulated by the Electricity Regulatory Commission. Now, these can be tempered upon by having too many traders. That means A point is the main source of the power, who is selling, then A sells to B, B sells to C, C sells to D, D sells to, this is how the power trading is manipulated. So I think there is a need to have relook at how the power purchase is being resorted to by the DISCOM. I'm telling how it can be manipulated. So whether there is this kind of manipulation, instead of buying directly, you buy after the all kinds of trading, 7 paisa, 7 paisa, 7 paisa, 10 means 70 paisa. So these are how they are resorted to. So it is necessary as policymakers how we can be somehow compelled to pay more than what we should pay. Because ultimately what happens when we pay more for the input cost, then this is factor for realization, determination of the tariff. Because every year tariff revision petition is submitted to the Regulatory Commission for determining and fixing the tariff. Therefore, all these factors are incorporated while petitioning the Regulatory Commission for the fixation of tariff. Therefore, all these things will help protect the interests of the consumers. So with these few words, I make my submission and I support the cut motion.
Thank you. Now, Sri Kamion Yambon, Honorable MLA, to take part.
I also rise to participate in this cut motion with regard to the style and functioning of this power department. Sir, I don't want to take so much time. I just want to request the department, because in 2022, the department opened one subdivision in my village. They call Changpung subdivision. There is no proper infrastructure. There is no building. They occupy only the quarter of the chowkidar in the 33 substation. If you have seen that type of quarter like a cow shed, so this power department, they earn a lot of revenue from this area. I think they generate more than 60 to 70 lakhs per month. But unfortunately, if you have seen the infrastructure out there, they have only one room. Assistant engineer also sitting in the same room. Even the JE to collect the revenue also, they sat in the same room. Even in the Jokali also in the same room. I request the department to kindly sanction one new office building in this particular subdivision. And number two, sir, I just want to give a suggestion with regard to this style and functioning of the power department. I have seen a lot of complaints from the local headman in my area regarding this roster of pools, this pool. Why I raise this? Because some of the pool, they already collapsed. Nobody can take care to replace this pool because they don't have sufficient manpower in that particular subdivision. I just want to give a suggestion to the department. As per my knowledge is concerned, I remember on the 2022, I inquire regarding the price of cement pool. The lifespan of cement pool is minimum 50 years, and the lifespan of the steel pool is maximum 12 years. And the price of this cement pool is only 3,500 to 4,000 each. But the steel pool is 6 meter. The cost price of steel pool is 12 to 13,000. What is the logic of the department to purchase this steel pool? I request the department to kindly look into this also. When we ask to replace the pool, the office asks the local headman or headman, there is no pool. Because the steel pool is very costly. Kindly purchase this cement pool, because cement is available everywhere. In Ribhoy also, they all have a cement plant. In Jaintia also, they have cement plant. Cement is available everywhere. Kindly identify some of the contractors to make a factory to make this cement pool available in our state.
Yes.
And one more thing also, sir. I want to ask the department regarding the repairing of transformer. Suppose if one transformer is damaged in East Giant Hills like Ratashara, the distance from Ratashara to Sumer, 250 kilometers. The cost of repairing of that transformer is only maybe 1,000 rupees. The transportation cost from Ratashara to Sumer is minimum 15,000. That also you have to look into it. Kindly outsource this repairing workshop, maybe in Jaintia Hills one, maybe in West Khas Hills one. Then our people will get quickly to get the transformer as per the need. I don't want to take so much time. That I think I need assurance from the Honorable Minister regarding that. With this few words, sir, once again, thank you so much.
I will now call the Minister in charge to reply.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, at the very outset, I would like to thank the Honourable Mover of this court motion, Arden Miller Baseomoit, Honourable Member from Nongkrem, and other colleagues of mine who are Paul Lingdo, Dr. Celestine Lingdo, Miani Dishira, Charles Pongro, Rupa Marak, Dr. Kasi, Dr. Mukul Sangma, and Mr. Koming Won in Bonn, for having raised and addressed concerns, matters related to the style and functioning of the power department. Sir, I would like to, in fact, I have to reply to the clarification given by the Honourable Member Paul Lingdo, that I'm here in this August House as a responsible member and as a responsible minister in charge of power department, entrusted to me by the Honourable Chief Minister. I want to make it clear that this House is the only platform where we can share our grievances, we can share ideas, new thoughts. And from me as a minister, which I believe till today and in the future as well, the government as a whole, will always note down all the points mentioned by the members, be it from the Treasury bench or from the opposition, that the points mentioned or highlighted by them are being taken care of. Because they are raising concerns, not of their personal. They are here on behalf of the people of their constituencies. I'm very fortunate, I thank God that at least I've been entrusted with this responsibility. All these years, I've been a member of this House. I've been in the Treasury bench. I've been in the opposition. And I've been there as a Speaker of this House from 2019 to 2023. And a lot of grievances from the people. The same kind of issues are being addressed by them from time to time. So we are duty bound to ensure that we respond to those points raised by all of them. So I want to mention here, I want to say here that nothing personal about anything. I think I don't know. And in fact, I don't want to dwell so much on that because it will consume a lot of time. When the court motion was moved by the honorable member, it was mentioned categorically to discuss the style and functioning of power department. To whatever extent and to the information that available with me, I would like to share that. But the honorable mover of this court motion has said that I don't want to talk so much about the other matters of the power department, but he wants to confine to only the billings sections, penalties, pensions, I think 2-3 more points only. But in the process, as per the rules and procedure and conduct of business of this August House, it is allowed by any member of this House to participate in that court motion. Therefore, other friends as well have done that because they want to express their concerns about the issue of power department. So the other day I have replied. I believe that all the honorable members have listened very carefully about each and every point that I have raised. Responding to the motion raised by the Honorable LO with regards to the power department only. Today, if I have to mention all those points again, it will be a repetitive kind in nature. I will skip some which are not needed for today, but I'm compelled to repeat few points which will be for the benefit of the members of this August House. Please allow me, sir, it might be a little lengthy, because first of all, I would like to come to all those points, to the issues of the style and functioning of the power department. Thereafter, I will try to respond to each and every point addressed by all the honorable members to ensure that fairness of response to me. Though if in case I could not respond categorically to each and every queries raised by the honorable member, rest be assured that I will ensure that I attend to those points and to examine and to see what we can do as far as the department is concerned. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I would like to inform the honorable members of this August House that the management of power supply in the state of Meghalaya had been under control of erstwhile Meghalaya State Electricity Board with effect from 21st January 1975. On 31st March 2010, the government of Meghalaya notified the Meghalaya Power Sector Reforms Transfer Scheme 2010, thereby giving effect to the transfer of assets, properties, rights, liabilities, obligations, proceedings, and personnel of the erstwhile MESEB to namely Meghalaya Energy Corporation Limited, the holding company, Meghalaya Power Distribution Corporation Limited, MEPDCL, the distribution utility, Meghalaya Power Generation Corporation Limited, MEPGCL, the generation utility, and Meghalaya Power Transmission Corporation Limited, MEPTCL, the transmission utility. So these are the three subsidiary companies which comes under the holding company of the Meghalaya Energy Corporation Limited, which in any way they have to work together to ensure that the power matters are being taken care of. These have commenced commercial operation as independent entities from 1st April 2013 onwards. The MECL and its subsidiaries at present has a total strength of 2,300 regular employees and 1,825 contractual employees and 329 casual employees. Sir, why do I have to say this? The point here is that I wanted to inform the House what is the present status of the style and functioning of the power department, then and now. So when it comes to Meghalaya Power Generation Corporation Limited, the Meghalaya Power Generation Corporation Limited in the state owned generating company which supplies power to the Meghalaya Power Distribution Corporation Limited. The entire generation portfolio of Meghalaya Power Generation Corporation Limited is hydro, and hence MEPGCL is one of the few entities in India which is completely green in nature. What is the installed capacity in the generation portfolio of MEPGCL? I am to mention here that number one is the Umyam Stage 1 Sumer, a storage type of with a capacity of 4 into 9, which commissioned in 1965. Umyam Stage 2, Sumer, power channel pondage, 2 by 10 megawatt from 1970. Umyam Stage 3, Kedam Kulai, pondage, 2 by 30 megawatt, 1979. 4, Umyam Stage 4, Nongkelem, pondage, 2 by 30, since 1992. Sonapani MHP, run of river, 1 into 1.5, since 2009. Mintru Leshka HE project, run of the river, 3 by 42, commenced on 2012 and 2013. New Umtru HE project, pondage, 2 by 20, since 2017. Lakro MHP, run of the river, 1 by 1.5, since 2019. And Ganol SHP, run of the river, 3 by 7.5 megawatt, since 2023. Which means the total capacity that all these power projects have is 367.50 megawatt. Now, when it comes to the operational performance of the generating stations, the annual generation in million units, I would like to mention here, if I not say, each and every year in details project-wise, what I'll give in total for the financial year 1920, Umyam Stage 1, Umyam Stage 2, Umyam Stage 3, Umyam Stage 4, Sonapani MHP, Mintru Leshka, New Umtru, Lakro MHP, and Ganol SHP. For the financial year, they have the annual generation of 1,078.69 million units. Today, also they have 1,034.82 million units for the financial year 25. Since most of the stations are run-off river stations, situated on the rain-fed rivers, the generation in any year is largely dependent on the quality of monsoon in that particular year. Further, in terms of the plant availability factor, almost all the generating stations have shown an increasing trend. The plant availability factor achieved in past 3 years is tabulated as follows. I am to mention here that the planned ability factor for financial year 2024-25 for Umiam Stage 1 is 95.67%, Umiam Stage 2 at 99.73%, Umiam Stage 3 at 90.81%, Umiam Stage 4 at 87.33%, Sonapani at 98.87%, MLHP at 93.84%, NUHP at 99.59%, Lakro at 95.29%, Ganol SHP at 100%. So the weighted average availability of the station for financial year 24-25 has been 94%, which is the highest since incorporation of the corporation. Sir, ongoing projects. I am to mention here that renovation and modernization of Umiam Stage 3, which we call the RMU. The Umiam Umtru Stage 1 Sumer power stations and Umiam Umtru Stage 2 power station Sumer were commissioned in 1965 and 1970 respectively, as mentioned by me. The Stage 3 power station at Kendam Kulai and Stage 4 power station at Nongkilam were also commissioned, as I mentioned, in 79 and 92. In the recent past, 2 of the hydel power projects were renovated and modernized, and these are the Umiam Stage 1 power station and the Umiam Stage 2 power station. This is in the year 2003 and 2012, and the Umiam Stage 2 power station was also upgraded from 2 by 9 megawatt to 2 by 10 megawatt. Umiam Umtru Stage 3 hydroelectric power plant is a power station which was commissioned in 1979 and has been running for the last 45 years. Accordingly, renovation and modernization of Umiam Stage 3 was taken up. This scheme includes complete RMNU of Umiam Umtru Stage 3 power stations and consists of the following packages, which is the first package, the rehabilitation of electromechanical equipments, and the package 2 of the rehabilitation of hydro-mechanical and civil facilities. As a result of this project, the existing capacity of the Umiam Stage 3, which is 2 by 30 megawatt, is expected to increase to 2 by 33 megawatt. That is the augmentation of the capacity by 6 megawatt. Apart from the increase in the generating capacity, the RMNU will also result in increase in the life of the project, as the useful life has already been outlived. The cost of this project is 407.36 crore. This project, I would like to mention here, that is not coming from anywhere, but in details, 77.6% of the funding would be coming from JICA through the external aided projects, the JICA Official Development Assistance Loan to Government of India, which will be taken care by Government of India, and which comes to about 316 crore, which comprises of the works and balance 22.4% would be provided by the state government, as the Honorable Chief Minister has already highlighted in his budget speech. And this 22.4% will be provided by the state government, which will mainly comprise of the taxes and duties as counterpart funding. The part of the project to be funded by the government of Meghalaya, therefore, comes out to be just 91 crores. The project is nearly completion and is expected to be completed by June 2026. MEPGCL is making all the efforts to commission the project before onset of the monsoon to avoid the station being out of generation in the peak generating season. Sir, the provision of rupees 80 crore in the budget is required towards the completion of this project. Now I come to the dam rehabilitation and improvement project, which we call in short DRIP. Meghalaya is one of the 18 states included under DRIP Phase 2 and Phase 3, with a financial outlay of rupees 441 crore allotted to MEPGCL, which includes rehabilitation of 4 dams under the DRIP 2 as an externally aided project, EAP, to be funded by the World Bank and Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. The objective of the DRIP 2 are as follows, I want to mention: to improve the safety and operational performance of selected existing dams and associated opportunities in a sustainable manner. Number 2 is to strengthen the dam safety institutional setup in participating states as well as the central level. The next one is to exploration of alternative incidental means at few of selected dams to generate the incidental revenue for sustainable operations and maintenance of dams. The dams in Meghalaya covered under the scheme are the following: Yam Stage 1 concrete dam and 2 earthen dikes, phase 2 and phase 3, which comes to the sanction cost of 215.45 crores. Yam Umtru Stage 3, phase 1 and phase 3, 73.10 crores. Yam Umtru Stage 4, phase 2 and phase 3 to 77.43 crores. Mintru Leshka Stage 1, phase 2 and phase 3, rupees 75.03. So under this DRIP, phase 2 and phase 3, the total sanction cost will be 441 crore. Now, how do we get this fund? The funding pattern of the project, which I mentioned above, will be like this. The project cost will be 441 crore. Loan from World Bank, 80% of the project cost, comes to 352.80 crores. And 90% of the loan will be passed on to the government of Meghalaya by the government of India as grant, 317.52 crores. Whereas 10% of the loan will be passed on to the government of Meghalaya by the government of India as loan, which comes to 35.28 crores. Counterpart funding by government of Meghalaya, 20% of the project cost is 88.20 crore. Sir, the project is currently under progress, and the overall physical progress achieved is 32%, and the project is expected to be completed by 2028, though we are pushing very hard to see that if we can advance the completion year by few months, perhaps for the benefit of the department and the state as a whole. So the provision made under the budget of rupees 70 crores under this head is to meet the expenditure to be incurred in implementation of this project. Now I come to the small hydro project of Riangdo. The Riangdo project was conceptualized for 3 megawatt, which means 3 by 1 megawatt each, and administrative approval was granted by government of Meghalaya as at the completion cost of 33.99 crore in August 2017. In September 2023, MEPGCL took the re-engineering of the project, and IIT Roorkee was engaged for the same. IIT Roorkee has submitted the DPR for upgradation of the project from 3 megawatt to 6 megawatt with an estimated completion cost of 68.32 crore. Further, the design energy of the project also increased from 17 million unit annually to 28 million unit annually. Keeping in mind the impact of augmentation of the capacity on the project cost, the government of Meghalaya accorded the administrative approval for the increased capacity of the project in 2025 June. Therefore, the provision of rupees 15 crore has been kept in the budget for expenditure expected to be incurred in the next financial year. The project is under construction, and as on date, 48% of the physical process have been achieved. The project is expected to be commissioned in the same year of 2028. Future prospects. The detailed project report for the 210 megawatt Mintru Leshka Phase 2 project has been completed. The expected design energy of the project is 591 million unit. The government will shortly finalize the financial linkage, including the option of central financial assistance to implement this Leshka 2 project. The Meghalaya Power Generation Corporation has also completed the detailed project report of 12 small hydro power projects with a cumulative capacity of 63 megawatt. However, in the absence of the scheme of the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India possibilities are being ventured out to develop those projects through PPP mode. Government of Meghalaya has accorded approval for the award of 2 small hydro self-identified projects with a cumulative capacity of 37.5 megawatt. The implementation agreement has already been signed, and State-Owned Power Distribution Corporation Limited will sign a power purchase agreement of 30% of the installed capacity with the developer. As raised by the Honorable LO, I am to mention here that the state will also get 12% free power and 1% as the Land Area Development Fund, what we call in short the LADF, from both the parties. The government has also accorded approval to sign the implementation agreement for the development of another large hydro project with a private developer. However, the state will not get into any PPA with the project. The state will get the benefit of 12% free power and 1% LADF from the project. Now I am coming to the Meghalaya Power Transmission Corporation Limited, sir. This corporation also is a very, very important, which plays a very vital role. And I'm to mention here that the Transmission Corporation Limited of Meghalaya is vested with the responsibility of the transmission licensee in the entire state of Meghalaya. The overall network of MEPTCL comprises of lines and substations at various voltage levels. However, the major network is comprised of 132 kV lines and substations. Meghalaya Power Transmission Corporation has made a significant improvement in the capacity addition in the recent past. Today, the transmission network comprises of 400 by 220 kV gas-insulated switchgears substations with a capacity of 630 MVA. 3 numbers of 220 by 132 kV substation with a capacity of 1160 MVA, 20 numbers of 132 by 33 kV substations with a capacity of 945 MVA. Thus, the combined transformation capacity of the state stands at 2,735 MVA as on today. In terms of line length, the state has a total of 1,835 circuit kilometer of transmission network with 4.65 circuit kilometer of 400 kV, 485.88 circuit kilometer of 220 kV, and 1,344.61 circuit kilometer of 132 kV. The line length, therefore, has increased from 259.08 circuit kilometer at 220 kV level and by 370.82 circuit kilometer at 132 kV level since 2018-19. In terms of percentage, the line length at 220 kV level has grown by 140% and 132 kVA by 38%. In terms of transformation capacity at 220 kV level, it has increased by 640 MVA level and 300 MVA level and at 132 kV level since 2018. In terms of percentage terms, at 220 kV level, there has been an increase of more than 200% and 132 kV level by 55%. As seen above, that more focus has been development of new 220 kV infrastructure and to upgrade the 132 kV infrastructure to reduce the transmission losses because of higher voltage. With the above efforts, the transmission system availability factor has increased from 96.85% to 99.70% in the last 7 years, which means 2018-19 to 2024-25. Similarly, in the same time frame, the transmission losses have come down, as I mentioned in my reply in the confirmation of the supplementary demand, has come down from 5.13% to 2.53%, which clearly indicates the robustness of the state transmission network. Some of the important transmission projects have completed in the last 17 years, including construction of new substations at New Shillong, Pulbari and Minkre, including 138 kilometers of 132 kV DC Ampati Pulbari line. And we are also augmenting 6 existing grid substations to higher capacity to meet the growing power demands. Now I am to highlight it and inform the House that there are projects which are under construction right now. The Meghalaya Power Transmission Corporation Limited is currently working on the following projects. The construction of the 132 by 33 kV Nongpo substations and associated 132 kV lines on the Saski, and we targeted that the completion date of this is 2026-27. And since I have visited the new site personally, along with my officers, I feel that this is possible that this new substations will commence. The second one is regarding the augmentation of the 132 by 33 kV Nehu substations from 2 by 20 MVA to 2 by 50 MVA under Saski, which we also look forward for the 26-27. And the third one is the construction of the 132 by 33 kVA Maukhanu substations and associated 132 kV lines under PMD Vine for the year 2027-28. Now the fourth one is the augmentation of the 132 by 33 kV Maulai substations from 3 to 20 MVA to 3 by 50 MVA on the Nesits O3, with balance funds to be met by the state government by 2027-28. Further, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am to mention that in order to improve the efficiency and cattle load growth following all grid substations are being augmented. The 132 by 33 kV Sora substations from 1 by 12.5 MVA to 2 by 12.5 MVA is completed. I am compelled to mention the details of this because honorable members from the respective constituencies, at least they will be aware that these are the works which are going on, and so that at least they can respond to the grievances or addressed by the people of those areas. Now the other one is regarding the 132 by 33 kV Nehu substations from 2 by 20 MVA to 2 by 50 MVA is under progress. 132 by 33 kV non-stoin substations from 1 by 20 MVA to 2 by 20 MVA is under progress. Now the other one is the Mauklang substations from 132 by 33 kV to 2 by 20 MVA to the 132 by 33 kVA from 2 by 20 MVA to 3 by 20 MVA, which is under progress. The other one of the Nangal Bibra 132 by 33 kV from 1 by 20 MVA to 2 by 20 MVA is on the tendering process. Sir, what are the future prospects of the transmission? Proposal has been put up by MEPTCL to government for reconducting and strengthening of the following 132 kV single circuit lines under MEPTCL by HTLS, which means the high tension LOSA conductor. These are the 132 kV single circuit line from stage 1 to Maulai, 132 kV single circuit line from stage 1 to Umyam, 132 kV single circuit line from Umyam to Nehu, 132 kV single circuit line from Clariat to PGCL line 2, and 132 kV single circuit line from Nehu to Maulendep by Panther conductor, 132 kV single circuit line from Maulai to Sora by Panther conductor. Sir, the ongoing project provisions of rupees 150 crore has been kept in the budget to meet the expenditure to be incurred. Now I come to the next one, which is the Meghalaya Power Distribution Corporation Limited. This corporation is responsible for managing the affairs of the distribution in the power sector in the entire state of Meghalaya. It serves more than 7 lakh consumers with a connected load of around 1400 megawatt. Mr. Speaker, sir, like the other two corporations, the MEPDCL has been making rigorous efforts to improve the reliability and quality of supply to the consumers of the state. To improve its commercial parameters, a multi-pronged strategy is adopted by the MEPDCL. I want to mention here, infrastructure addition in the past 7 years. What the MEPDCL has done. MEPDCL has been aggressively taking up various schemes involving the capacity addition in the distribution infrastructure. It has constructed 2,207.73 circuit kilometers of new HT lines, 1,254.94 circuit kilometers of new three-phase LT lines, 2,359.55 circuit kilometers of single-phase LT lines, and has installed 2,676 numbers of new distribution transformers. As a result, the LT lines have increased by 58% in the last 7 years, while HT lines have increased by 38% in the last 7 years. The number of distribution transformers have increased by 31% in the same time span. MEPDCL also has added 33 new 33 by 11 kV substations and augmented 41 existing 33 by 11 kV substations. Sir, I'm to mention here that these are not achievements. These are part and parcel of the process, that the progress of the work that the power department has been doing, be it in the transmission, the generation, and the distribution. So the impact of the above mentioned massive infrastructure growth can be measured in terms of quantitative parameters, which are as follows. I am to categorically mention here, and I would like to repeat what I have already mentioned in the other day in this floor of this house, that the aggregate technical and commercial losses have improved because of the above infrastructures that have taken place. It has improved from 37.27% in 2018-19 to 10.76% in 2024-25. The next one, collection efficiency has improved from 87% to 107%. I want to make it clear here, it should be 100%, but why is 107%? Because there's a backlog of some of the backlog of the previous year. In the same time frame, the technical losses, transmission and distribution losses, have improved from 36.20% in financial year 2018-19 to 16.60% in financial year 2024-25. The ACS ARR gap of the corporation, which is one of the major indications of the financial health of the DISCOM, has improved from 1.18 per kilowatt hours in financial year 2018-19 to minus 0.30 per kilowatt per hour in 2004-2005. Huge improvement, sir. Now, I have also, I'll mention later to the points raised by all the honorable members. The hours of supply, of power supply, improvement in the distribution infrastructure, better power management, and improved services has resulted as an improvement in hours of power supply in both rural and urban areas. Always there's a room of improvement. I will share this with the August House, but still, there's still a room for improvement. For financial year 22-23, average hours of power supply in rural areas, 21.40 hours. In urban, 23.04 hours. In financial year 23-24, in rural, 21.52 hours. In urban, 23.14 hours. I'm to inform the House that for this financial year 24-25, in rural, we have jumped to 22.55%, 22.55 hours, and urban is 23.21 hours. Sir, I'm happy to inform the House that there's no load shedding in the state for the last 2 years. This, I want to make it very clear, sir. There's no load shedding in the state for the last 2 years. Though there have been interruptions, I agree, sir, in the state in power supply in recent past. But, sir, from this platform, I want to inform once again that the state is currently implementing 2 schemes about which I will talk in detail, which include massive expansion and augmentation of the distribution infrastructure. And for the implementation of these schemes, scheduled shutdowns are being taken, sir. Though I have said that there's no shutdown in the last 2 years. But scheduled shutdowns here are being taken. Why? Management of power supply. One of the key areas of improvement of MEPDCL has been the management of power portfolio, sir. As I mentioned, we all know that the state is having maximum demand of power in the months of January to March, which is complementary to the rest of India, which witnessed maximum demand during summers. To take advantage of this, MEPDCL was getting in banking agreements with other states wherein transaction was settled in terms of energy only and there was no monetary benefits to the state. That was the arrangement then. Sir, however, from October 2023 onwards, MEPDCL has taken very drastic steps, decided to stop getting into swapping or banking transactions, and instead decided to trade the surplus power available in a monsoon month in the market to ensure that revenue is generated and at the same time the burden of the power purchase expenses on end consumers could be reduced. This is a win-win situation for all, consumers and the state as a whole, and the corporation as well. Sir, MEPDCL has earned a revenue of close to rupees 1,000 crore from sale of power in open market in the last 2 years, 2024-25 and 2025-26 till yet. Discovering a rate of rupees 7 per kilowatt hour in open market against the rate of rupees 4.85 per kilowatt hertz discovered by in financial year 2021-22. Further, the rate of purchase from open market has been reduced to 2.43 per kilowatt hertz in financial year 25-26 as compared to the rate of rupees 3.75 per kilowatt hertz in financial year 2021-22. This is power trading. And all these efforts have helped to reduce the burden of power purchase cost in tariff of the end consumers. Now let me spell out, sir, the ongoing projects of the Meghalaya power distribution sector, how to improve on the improvement power projects under ADB funded. The power project from the government of Meghalaya for financial assistance from Asian Development Bank for Meghalaya power distribution sector improvement project was accorded approval by the Department of Economic Affairs, Fund Bank and ADB division, and recommended by ADB in the year 2020. Approved cost is rupees 1,241.51 crore, and the funding pattern of the project is as under. The ADB contribution is loan, again, 80% of the entire project, and out of this central government share for the state is 90%, and the state share is 10%. State government, therefore, 20%, which is in millions, $33.2 million US. It may be mentioned that the total share towards counterpart funding is only 46.48 million US. The overall objective of the project is to improve reliability and quality of power supply for distribution consumers in the state and strengthen and modernize the power distribution network, reduce technical and commercial losses, and improve the power quality of the distribution network in the entire state of Meghalaya. Major works being undertaken under the scheme include installation of 24 numbers of new 33 by 11 kV substations and augmentation, renovations and bay extension of 45 numbers of existing 33 by 11 kV substations, installations of new 33 kV and 11 kV lines and
Honorable Minister, you may sit down. It is now 2 o'clock. In exercise of Rule 11 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business, I will extend the House till this demand number 11 is disposed of. You may please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And the installation of the 33 kV and 11 kV lines and reconducting, augmentation and replacement of existing 33 kV and 11 kV lines, replacement of 180,000 numbers of existing consumers meters with smart meters. The overall progress of the project, I want to inform, is 69%. Status of overall scopes and implementation progress is as under. Work description, 33 by 11 kV, new substations development, 24 in numbers, completion in numbers per circuit meter, 9, and progress is 38%. Augmentation, upgradation of existing 33 by 11 kV, quantity is 35, completion in numbers, 22, and progress percentage is 63. 33 kV base stations at 33 by 11 kV substations, quantity 10, completion 4, and 40% progress. Oil filtration plan numbers 2, completion 2, and progress is 100%. New 33 kV single circuit line, quantity is 709, completion in numbers per circuit meter is 141, and the progress percentage is 20. New 11 kV single circuit line, 356 in numbers, and completion is 75 numbers, and progress is 21%. Reconducting of existing 33 kV line, the progress is 107%. Reconducting of existing 11 kV line, the progress is 49%, and installation of smart meters, the progress is 69%. The financial progress of the project is that the total original cost of the scheme was 1,225.74 crores. Till date, the total expenditure incurred is 629.11 crores. Out of the 629.11 crores, 9.40 crores rupees has been contributed as counterpart funding by the state, and the 619.71 crore has been received through external assistance. Therefore, sir, for this ongoing project, provision of 145 crores has been kept in the budget to meet the expenditures to be incurred. Sir, again, I would like, this is very interesting, I feel, for me, and perhaps as a representative of my constituency, and even for others also, which I have taken note of, like almost all the honorable members have mentioned about the required needs or the required attention to be addressed by the Power Department with regards to the revamped distribution sector scheme. The Government of India has approved the revamped distribution sector scheme, in short RDSS, to help DISCOMs improve their operational deficiencies and financial sustainability by providing result-linked financial assistance to DISCOMs to strengthen supply infrastructure based on meeting pre-qualifying criteria and achieving best basic minimum benchmarks. The scheme aims to meet the following objectives: reduction of AT&C losses to pan-India levels of 12 to 15%, reduction of ACC ARR gap to zero, improvement in the quality, reliability, and affordability of power supply to consumer through a financial sustainable and operationally efficient distribution sector. The scheme has the following components. I am to elaborate this, that the component number one, installation of about 4.72 lakhs numbers of smart meters. Component number two, loss reduction works, comprising of the distribution infrastructure expansion and augmentation. Additional household electrification works. Number one is another one is the present status of the smart meters. I am to highlight that the GTP approval and project implementation plan has been approved, and the installation of smart meters will start shortly. Number two, the present status, loss reduction works. The distribution infrastructure loss reduction works has been awarded on 27 September 2023 in 10 packages covering all the districts of Meghalaya, and the target completion date for completion is 31st March 2027. The overall progress of loss reduction work is 40% as of today. The package-wise progress as on date is in details, which it will take a lot of time if I go by that, because it will be subdivision-wise and district-wise. Sir, number three, I want to inform the House also that the present status of the additional household electrification works, which was there as part of the questions also, which in fact it has lapsed. So the additional household electrification, I want to clarify here, so that has been awarded, which was been awarded on the month of December on 11 last year, 2025. We have already awarded in 13 packages covering all the districts of Meghalaya, and target the completion date for completion in June 2027. At present, survey work is in progress, and commencement of work will start shortly. So the total number of household, I will just say here, because I have the details of district-wise, but that will consume a lot of time again. But the total number of household is 55,628, and village habitations is 2,500. Sir, I would like to inform the House also that in fact the government of India agreed initially that it will be for 50,000 only, but we have already raised up the issue that from week to week, month to month, the number of households keep on increasing, and therefore we requested the government of India that they should allow on the actual number of households. So now, in fact, all the households which are unelectrified in the entire state will be under this scheme. So almost all the villages which falls under, all the villages which are there in the scheme will fall under this scheme. But I want to again clarify here. There are few doubts, it appears, in some of the minds of the members, that there are a few households which are already there in those villages which have already been electrified, but few households have not been electrified. They also can get. But in case of any informations which are not available at the subdivisional levels, perhaps I may request the honourable members to please inform accordingly to the subdivision so that they can take note of those, as the actual numbers till the end of the scheme will be allowed. Sir, I want to inform the House also that the projects under special assistance to state for capital investment under the SASKI, which we call, and the approval has been accorded for construction of 33 by 11 kV substations at following locations under, as I mentioned, the SASKI. The package 1, West Garo Hills District, location is Tura Sericulture, 1 quantity, sanction cost is 784.43 crores. West Garo Hills, Tura SSB land, 774.44 crores. West Garo Hills, the Copre, one number 636.37 crores. So 3 in West Garo Hills comprise of the sanction cost of 2,197 lakhs. I stand corrected, sir. It's 787.43 lakhs, 774.44 lakhs, and 636.37 lakhs. The total of 3 numbers of the substations will be 2,195.24 lakhs. So in West Garo Hills, in the package 2, there's one number, amount is 677 lakhs. South Garo Hills, on the package 2, Karukol, one number, amount is 738.88 lakhs. There are 2 numbers, the total is 1,415.88 lakhs. North Garo Hills, package 3, Bhatta, one number, 454.55 lakhs. East Garo Hills, Cherengre, one number, 755.15 lakhs. 1,209.7 lakhs. So the total will be 7 substations with the amount of 4,820.82 lakhs. Tenders have already been floated on this February, 13 February 2026. We will see that it's being awarded to the right party at the earliest. Sir, over and above the MEPDCL, MEPGCL, and MEPTCL, there's a Chief Minister's Solar Mission. This mission was launched by the Honorable Chief Minister on the 11th of August 2023. The mission provides 50% subsidy for large units and 90% for small units, with only 10% upfront beneficiaries contribution, supported by bank finance soft loans. The key objective of CM Solar Mission are as under. The objective of the CM Solar Mission is to provide the energy security to the rural population of the state of Meghalaya through the use of distributed renewable energy DRE sources to promote the clean and green energy. Promote green and clean energy access to the rural and urban communities of Meghalaya. Empower village communities to become more self-reliant in meeting energy needs and help them to save money to electricity bills. Promote new and innovative technologies for different consumer categories, including households, CHCs, PHCs, and schools, and so on. Another one is to support in strengthening local economy and employment generation. Support for high capacity institutional and educational sectors in mitigating the higher electricity bills. Support in improving the Sustainable Development Goal, the SDG, which we call in short 7, affordable and clean energy. Now I am to address here the progress under this mission. As on 9 February 2026 this year, installations have been completed in 206 numbers in LP schools and 449 numbers in household. The tendering process is current under process for the remaining system capacities under the mission. 2,868.79 kilowatt SPB power plants and decentralized solar applications have been installed under the mission. Additional 10.57 megawatt SPS systems under CM Solar Mission solar street lights and 50 kilowatts solar power plant at St. Mary's College have been installed. Sir, the provision for this 20 crore has been made in the budget to meet the expenditure to be incurred in the implementation of the scheme in the next financial year. And I'm to thank the Honorable Chief Minister that this money also, which we have proposed, is based on the consideration that he has attended, understanding the seriousness of the need to promote solar in our state. Now, the reasons for continued support
required for MECL. This is what I have already mentioned on the other day. And, sir, in my reply to the court motion, as I said during the vote of supplementary demands, I have already elaborated on this issue very broadly, in fact, and the need of continued financial support to the MECL. But as I mentioned the other day, that will be for a few years only, sir. It will not be for long. MECL has to sustain and has to be sustainable corporation. Sir, I would like to reiterate that there have been several legacy issues which are now in the process of being settled. It's a legacy. We knew that in the past, a lot of attempts have been made, but it did not click. It did not work for reasons best known at that point of time, sir. But at this time, I am standing here, sir, I realize and accept that the corporation is really moving in the right direction. As I have already said that the other day, I would like to repeat the same, sir. So, I am to mention that the most prominent ones are that the delay in financial turnaround of the DISCOM due to absence of operational funding requirement. As mentioned by the Honorable Alwar, I think this is what we are here. As I have already mentioned, that the funding requirement under this head was to the tune of rupees 1,165 crore, which was never provided to the corporation as committed under the UDAY MOU which was signed. Number two, loans of the corporation which are not covered under tariff. The corporation as on date has a total loan outstanding amount to rupees 2,015.75 crores, out of which loans pertaining to MECL, bonds amounting to 630 crores rupees. As I mentioned the other day, PFC Atman Ribhar loan amounting to 423.55 crores, and the REC Atman Nirbhar loan amounting to rupees 393.34 crore are not allowed, which are not allowed in the tariff. The total amount of such loan constitutes to 72% of the total outstanding debt of the corporation. All the merger loans of the MCCL and its subsidiary will be over as targeted by March 2031. Transmission Corporation has already paid all its loan and its debt free now. All efforts are being made that no additional loan is drawn from any financial assistance. This is the sincere efforts. Loans ability we can always get, but all efforts are being made that no additional loan is drawn from any financial institutions. Funding of pension purpose. It is also pertinent to mention that at the time of trifurcation, as I mentioned the other day, the same I'm repeating here, of MECL and into MEPCL, MEPTCL in 2013, Government of Meghalaya has committed to take over the pension liability of rupees 840 crores. At that point of time, honorable members have already highlighted that. And however, till 2023 and 24, no funds were released from Government of Meghalaya against this, and the fund requirement of pension and gratitude corpus reached to rupees 3,400 crore as per the actuarial valuation report of 2022-23. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have already highlighted all the points, style and function of the power department. Sir, I'll come and I would like, as I mentioned, to address point by point in short, without taking so much time. Sir, honorable members from Nongkram has mentioned about matters related to bills. In the Electricity Act 2003, MEPDCL can raise the bills up to 2 years only, not beyond that. However, we are billing every month. But gaps are there. We accept it. Gaps are there for whatever reasons. So even if late in some cases, we are legally okay to bill. Now when it comes to installment option, is there or not?
MEPDCL has brought a one-time settlement scheme to the consumers where 100% waivers was given in late payment penalty. Only the actual power consumed bills they'll have to pay. But other late payment penalties are being waived off. So when it comes to smart meters are installed so that the issue of late billing is resolved and people get bills on time and they can track and monitor consumption. And we have already, as I mentioned just now, we have already installed about 1.2 lakhs, if that figure is not wrong, 1.2 lakhs meters so far. And till today, there's no complaint from those smart meters which are already installed of late billing, especially in these cases. Sir, questions from honorable members also have been raised when it comes to industrial consumers. There has been no case of theft detected so far. All the 50 kilowatt and above consumers are now being metered at 2 meters. One is at the premises and another one outside in the nearest pole. Outside the premises, where we see that both the readings are matches and monitored very closely, sir. Above 50 kilowatt, we have started putting 2 meters. We have put the feeder meters, monitor the losses in the feeders, especially in industrial area, as mentioned by honorable members. In industrial area, all feeders are monitored on National Feeder Monitoring System patrol. This is one step which we have already taken action. We are already in. Till now, no areas are due to industrial consumer except those disputes legally in the court of law. This I want to make it very clear. Because for them especially, it's a big amount. So we have to ensure that the bills raised to them are being paid to the corporation. Feeder-wise, energy audit is done by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency and quarterly data is made available to Ministry of Power and uploaded on MECL website. It is in the public domain, sir. We are not hiding anything. It is in public domain. This is what I want to assure the House. With regards to the Raja Bagan substations, I think not Rajabala, if I'm not mistaken, Raja Bagan, I think, substations. We're proposing to upgrade these substations under the EAP along with other infrastructure awards in that entire area also. Sir, with regards to time taken as raised by the honorable member, now from 1st April 2026, the new online system would be rolled out, and it was based on inputs from all MLAs only. That's why I said we always consider a constructive note. Honestly, till now, I consider all constructive notes from all the honorable members. I will not deny that. It was based on inputs from all the honorable members. The entire system would be online, monitored, and dashboard would be created. There is where we will find where the problem is. And we are going to take very serious note of that. Right from the application, to the estimates, to the deposit of money, release of material, and installation, and everything will be online. All this will be online. And expected, and we do expect, that this will improve a lot in terms of time. Once upon a time, even me also, it took almost 2 months or 3 months to get the connection. Sir, with regards to the vigilant works by the MCL, 2025-26, number of inspections done, 9,834. Total amount of penalty, imposes 1.27 crores and compensation paid is 1.25 crore. This is for the information of the House. Now when it comes to the franchisee, somebody has mentioned about FEDCO, SAI and all. Yes. The tariff cannot be imposed beyond the approved rate given by the Meghalaya State Electricity Regulatory Commission. Be it MEPDCL or the SAI or the franchisee or the whoever is doing the billing. Nobody can raise even 1 paisa also, sir. So it is very loud and clear. I don't know, the corporation, the corporation will definitely look into that in the event of any problems that the consumer face, that this month 200, next month they're getting 600 overbilling. I think that will be unlikely. I don't think it will be that because of the tariff from 6 rupees to 12 rupees or from 5 rupees to 10 rupees. The problem in bill can be raised to MECL in case of this billing, be it franchisee or anyone. You can raise the issue with the MECL through the SDO office or helpline 1912. This is open for all. Next one is there had be cases of low billing done in the past by few meter reader causing loss. We accept this to some extent. It is because of a reason. By some meter reader causing loss. They have whatever it is, understanding, bill, they stay in the market, in the tea shop, and they do the billing there. But things have changed now. We are trying to rectify. And these issues are getting sorted out now. And we'll try to see that all the actual bills consumed by the consumer be billed as per the consumer, and we take it from them. With regards to the Kantam Gray, I think Mr. Rupamarak has mentioned the household, and there are about 214 families there, and the distribution transformer is one number there with 63 kVA. This is the information that I have, with HT line of 0.3 kilometer, and the LT line is 3.9 kilometer. This one will come under that RDSS scheme, which is under that additional household electrification scheme. So we have already awarded the tender recently, and the work will commence immediately without delay to ensure that we reach the expectation of the consumer. Sir, Dr. Kazi, for non-metered connections, now in MEPDCL we do have that the billing done by assumption for non-metering, and for every non-metered consumer, it is billed at 100. It has been procured at 115 units per month per kilowatt. So that is the standard thing that is being fixed charge and are to be paid as per the rule. So we are now moving from for smart meters, in fact. So that will replace about those non-metering, because everyone will be fitting with this new meters. Electrification in new household, I have already mentioned about that the main issue is the absence of infrastructure and of new habitations, and estimates were very high. But we have now with great difficulty got the RDSS scheme, and as I mentioned already, 2,500 villages will be included and 55,000 plus, and as I've said, those are the numbers only we have already surveyed. But survey is still going on. As I've mentioned, we will get the actual number of, as per the actual number of households for electrification. The government of India has allowed that these schemes will be given. I have already mentioned about the rise in bills after appointment of franchisee, so I think I have already cleared all this. But for the difference in billing, we are monitoring it, and in any case of unreasonable and illegal billing would be handled with the utmost seriousness by the MECL, and we are taking note of that. Please bring it to our notice. We'll take note of that overbilling if it is not actual. For uninterrupted supply, I've already highlighted, sir, earlier about the number of hours that rural are the power supply in the rural and the urban wise. So I think that has definitely was surprised. But now since we have, again I am to mention here that we have really moved from the era of scheduled load shedding. As I mentioned, last 2 years there's no load shedding, but because now only those scheduled load shedding is because of the ongoing schemes which are going on and where we need to shut down those substations and for the fitments of like pole, erecting of pole lines and so on. So with regards to the 11 kV feeders, some members have raised this point. I'm to mention here that there are about 345 numbers of total feeders, out of which 293 are on the National Feeder Monitoring System, as I mentioned just now. And as of today, this is the total, today, on this portal, as on the time that we started the debating on the court motion at 12:45, in the rural is 24 hours of supply, or supply is there, and even in urban also is 24 hours. So this is the monitoring through that portal which we have. And the national, in fact, national average urban is 22.22 hours, and in the rural is 22.29 hours. So, but today the reading is 24 hours, so I think we are very good in terms of this figure. So REST feeders are now in the process of bringing on the portal. We are trying to bring all the feeders in the portal so that we can monitor it by sitting in one place, the activities which is going on the ground. So this is data is very much in the public domain and we have nothing to think. The issue of fault at LT level is of concern and we will definitely look into. So with regards to transformer repairs, as many members have already highlighted, a new workshop open is in Khasi Hills and Tura in 2020-24 with full-fledged. The total capacity being increased, in fact, at that point of time it was 430 DT per year. But now I have already mentioned in the earlier court motion also, that we have increased the numbers to 860 DT per year for repairs. So new distribution transformers are being procured to build up sufficient buffer stock, and the NABL association in the process to ensure quality of repair. And as I mentioned the other day about the certification, well as for new purchase. Online portal working for monitoring right from damage report to installation is monitored. Again, sir, this is also very important. Everything is going to be monitored very closely online. Sir, again, for the same case of transformer repairs, I think if you look at the other day, I have mentioned that yes, we are not satisfied with the percentage of transformer replacement, but as of now, as of today, it is 96%, which means 632 transformers have been replaced. But with this new system in place, I'm sure that we will try to target, if not 100%, at least 99% for the transformer replacement. So there's a bit of some cases left out. We will look into that, sir. Sir, so with regards to theft of electricity, some have really mentioned about theft of electricity. Now I want to inform the House that the investigation and enforcement of the Eastern and Central Zone in 2021, we have received a total number of cases where inspection was carried out, 4,885, and 2025 is 11,496. Now, number of cases where theft of electricity was detected, 281 in 2021, and 2025 is 572. Now, the estimated quantity of electricity energy considered as theft in above cases for the period in million units. We consider it that 5.194842. Say I say 5.20 million units in 2021. Today, the estimated quantity of electricity energy considered is just 0.32 million units. So this is the difference where we have said that the estimated such cost at that point of time is 0.81 lakhs, I increase, 0.81 crores, and now this year 2025 is 0.62 crores, which is 62 lakhs. Number of cases where penalties were imposed in that year 2021 is 245. Now this 2025 571. You may raise the point why now is 571. You can see that the aggressiveness of the corporation, that we are not leaving anyone whom we found that there's a theft of as far as electricity is concerned. So these are the areas that the corporation is looking into, and free power, I have already mentioned about the 12% free power to the state and 1% to the land, LEDF, the local area development fund. And Riangdo also I have already, we have revised the capacity from 3 megawatt to 6 megawatt and so on. Sir, I hope I have attended to all the points raised by all the honorable members, because since many points, sir, if I still have to go with more on this, though some members have raised, they want a categorically, reply from my side, but I am to mention here, sir, that I have taken note of all the points, and I will attend it in a very positive way to see that all the grievances are being attended. And but the most important thing, sir, I am to mention here that we are here for the people. They are the consumers. We should see that the fault or the problem of the corporation or the department should not be passed on or leave it to the consumers. That is what we have to do. We have to work out. So as of now, I would like to thank the Honorable Chief Minister also for being heard in whatever way, whenever we address any issues, and he's ready to extend the financial assistance, funding, and we can see that this year itself it's really a very good proposal as far as port concerned. We are driving forward, sir, but nevertheless, in that process, there will be ups and downs. There will be, lapses here and there, but we will attend it with utmost sincerity and see that the consumers should not have or suffer at the end of the day. So with these few words, I hope I have satisfied the mover of this motion and also the honorable members who have participated, for those who have supported or not supported the motion, and I hope I have attended to all of them. And I look forward the continuous support from all the honorable members of this House to see that the power supply to the state through their inputs from time to time, we can make much better way. With this few words, sir, I now request the honorable mover to withdraw his motions. Now I resume my seat, sir.
Okay. Would the honorable mover? Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, before the honorable mover of the cut motion expresses his mind, I would like to only require one clarification in terms of the intent on the generation front. Because as I've said, I think there's a huge potentiality of investment in power sector, both in hydro and thermal, keeping in mind the legal mining that has been started now. And therefore, whether we can again revive whatever decision was taken by the NIPCO with the approval of the Ministry of Power, Government of India, to start, the possibility of investing for establishing, at least even though it may not be 500 like earlier, but then smaller size of a thermal plant, coal-based thermal plant. And at the same time also to revive those areas where potential generation stations have been identified along the rivers, including Simsang, then Ganol, then Umyu, all those, Umngi, quite a number of them. Besides Kansi, of course, I think Kansi, the agreement has already been signed for, that is what the information that was made available for us as far as the decision of the government is concerned. So only this part, because it provides immense opportunity of various other associated collateral economic activities and employment opportunities besides, the kind of catalyst, rather the kind of amplification that it can have on various other interventions that is already being embarked upon by government, including potential attraction of investment on other sectors where power is very crucial.
Honourable Speaker, in fact, I have taken note of that point, though I missed out, but I am to mention here that the Kinshi Stage 1, 270 megawatt implementation agreement has been signed already, and the Umran Small Hydro 13.5 megawatt is also the implementation agreement signed, and the PPA signing is under progress. So now the Nong Umer Small Hydro also is the implementation agreement is signed for 24 megawatt, and PPA signing is under process. Now, sir, when it comes to the thermal efforts, in fact, a proposal was received from private developer of 300, where they have proposed around 300 megawatt and thermal power project. The proposal was discussed at length, in fact, with this developer, and several negotiations were reached. However, since the proposal as of now is on hold, as the developer, their whole intention was basically proposing that he will sell 150 megawatt power to Bangladesh. So the in-house feasibility has also been prepared for another one, 250 megawatt, and possibilities are being explored to develop it through a PPP mode. So, however, this is also under examination. Now, as I already mentioned also earlier, that when it comes to the intent of the hydro, the new phase 2, Leshka, which is 210, I have already mentioned in my speech also, my reply. The 210 megawatt will be a new, 3 new projects, which is already in the pipeline. The NEPCO also, they are not that keen as far as as of now, and wanted to, in fact, add more green energy in that portfolio, as NEPCO has become, now as you are aware, part of the NTPC. And so we are exploring so we are exploring all the possibility. And in fact, with NEPCO, we are trying to explore now the pump storage project. And let's see, we are in the stage of initiating the process. So hope all those have been taken into consideration. Okay.
Paul Lindo, you want to speak?
Sir, I have brought forward a well-researched submission advocating for a multidisciplinary task force to go into what I have found out to be irregularities, which is a flim-flam, financial flim-flam in the Bernihat industrial estate. So whether the government, the minister in charge or the leader of the house can assure us, and me in particular, that this task force will be constituted in order to unearth the truth and leave no iota of doubt as to the various allegations that I have laid before this house.
Sir, I think I've already clarified as far as the industrial area point which was raised by the Honourable Member, Bapol. And I have also mentioned there about the double metering installed. One is at the premises of the premises of those industries, and one is outside the premises of the industries. So we're checking both. We monitor both. The meter reading in the premises and the meter reading outside the premises should be the same. That is the first step that we have taken. Until now, we have not found any theft cases so far as that is concerned. But however, the distribution, MEPDCL and the department as a whole will leave no stone. We will not spare anyone. Whatever we consume, a poor consumer of just 1 kilowatt, 2 kilowatts, with just some units, 100, 500 units, we are asking from them that they have to pay exactly whatever they have consumed. How can we just let them go? So, I think the corporation is very serious and they're taking all steps. Perhaps the task force, if needed, we will look into that. As I have said, I have taken note all the points mentioned by all the honourable members. It is very, very constructive, I should say. It's very, very constructive. I also noted it with a constructive mind to see that those points can be adopted for the welfare of the corporation and the people at large. And as far as that industrial areas is concerned, which the honourable member have keep on stressing again and again, I would like to stress again and again from my side that we will monitor it very closely as far as their consumptions and their bills is concerned.
Sir,
may I know the mind of them?
Sir, just one point, sir. Will I therefore take it as implied that the minister will constitute this task force, as I've built a very strong case?
Participated in the cut motion. I don't think I can give you so many.
So just an assurance, sir.
Clarifications. This is.
So I think leader of the house can take a call on this, sir.
Sir, I can say this, sir, right now. Here, all suggestions are needed, are noted down, sir. I have respected the suggestions of each and every member. I cannot assure each and everything whatever a member said. But the seriousness of the department and the corporation as a whole, I'll ensure that is being taken care of. And all consumers, A to B, A to Z, I should say, they will be dealt with the same kind of approach, sir.
So, may I know the mind of the mover, please?
So I would like to thank the Honourable Minister for a comprehensive reply and also for being forthcoming as expressed by the Honourable Minister during the course of his reply. So I withdraw the cut motion.
Thank you. Now, since the mover has withdrawn his cut motion, now let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 11 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 11 is passed. As there is no further business before the House for the day, the House stands adjourned till 10 a.m. on Friday, the 27th February 2026.